A good evening, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are. We back and we are doing it to it, rewriting Red's history. If you were unable to join us for previous installments, you have missed some significant steps in the process of rewriting Red's history. Namely, the fact that we were able to sign young Patrick Corbin, add him to the rotation, um, picked up Phil Goslin off waivers. Not a major move, but kind of bolsters the minor league squad. And, a year or two down the line, maybe a replacement for Cozy at shortstop. Phillips, who we have made available for trade, but also some maybe minor moves on the surface that could pay big dividends would be signing reliever, former closer Chris Perez to a minor league contract, pretty risk-free. Brought him in for spring training. The Padres made an interesting trade request for Jeff Francis, who in all likelihood probably wasn't going to make the squad. And so we countered after a long, drawn-out scouting process. We figured out there was a few good players on the Padres farm system that we wanted for the future. They initially offered Zach Elfin, who's only 19 and projects to be a 2.5-star prospect. And that for Jeff Francis seemed okay, but Jeff Francis is ready to contribute now, potentially. Can be a starter. I'm not sure what the Padres were really hoping to do. Francis in the game, well, in real life stats leading up to 2014, wasn't setting the world on fire by any means. And being a Reds fan, I vividly recall the terrible dumpster fire that was Jeff Francis's Reds tenure. So that said, we'll see what the Padres do, hopefully during this episode. We also still have extended offers to Jay Bruce and a free agency contract extended to A-Rod. Hopefully will allow us to move the Todd father out to his left field natural position in the minor leagues, at least. But that Padres deal also potentially brings in a 16-year-old right fielder that might be a star in the making. Who knows? But we'll take a chance, see what comes of it. And so all these things and more could play out here tonight. And so, like we so often like to do on here, trying to cue up some music for us. We've got Amnesia Scanner playing. The intro song was one of my all-time favorites, Yay Sayer. Seen those fellas in person quite a few times. Every time's been great. But Amnesia Scanner, gonna come on here and give us about 9 songs. And then we will be listening to Sunlux, new album. I believe came out today, Remnants. And then if we're still playing, after those 10 songs, we're going to have The Priest new release, The Seduction of Kansas. So, yeah, buddy, we're going to do this. And it looks like our old boy RTFeasel is going to join us here as well. So, We'll stall here for a second. I'm not sure if yeah, just a second. Trying to coordinate with RT here. Alright, so yeah, have a little company here, have some additional expertise on the coaching and recruiting trail here. If you were not able to join us for our, you call it episode 0, RT or Tyler helped me get this thing going, and he's actually our pitching coach. Where can I get to that? Still new, still trying to figure out some of these things. Personnel, that sounds about right. So as you can see, we brought in all-time legend here, Johnny Bench. Says his reputation is inexperienced. Maybe so as a head coach, but his baseball knowledge is not to be challenged. There's no doubt that he is well above inexperienced in that regard. And we've also got myself, Hot Rod or G-Dub or Flip, whatever you want to call me. Just don't call me late for dinner. I'm the assistant GM, helping do some of these trade arrangements and weighing in on my thoughts of the fairness and equity of them. Then we got RT handling the bench coaching. I apologize, I think I might have said pitching coach. We actually were able to pull in some pretty decent players there on the, well, not players, but coaches with some above average traits for developing players and teaching pitching, teaching hitting. So Ernie Berry, Jose Gonzalez are now newest members of the Reds personnel. And I think we also signed one other fella. Yes, hitting coach Tom Hernandez. Tom Hernandez coaching the hitting for the Pensacola Blue Wahoos down there in Double-A ball. So, that said, I guess we start getting back on it. Back on this horse here. Chewing sunflower seeds like I'm some kind of real baseball player or some shit. We doing it. Live on a late night Friday. Have to get deep up in this. So, let's get back to the home screen. Probably should save some of those updates for Tyler. Help him understand where the hell we're at right now. But, you know. So again, we're gonna try to jump on Discord. Last time we did this, shit would not let my audio come through no matter what. If anybody's interested in joining, you might. Oh shit. If I can remember my login. It says email is required. as I usually am. Fuck. Is this right? This can't be right. Give me a second. We're just getting this stuff set up. I apologize. If you're out there waiting, champing at the bit, we're going to try to get Discord going. It may cancel out all of the music I was just mentioning, but I'd rather have Tyler talking and have his company than listening to some of this music that I can listen to tomorrow when I'm working on the yard. Let's see what happens here. It looks like it's letting me. So I'm just going to throw this out there in case this does work.
Can you hear me?
What's going on, brother? Can you hear me? No. Here we go again. Last time we tried this, it was not letting my voice come through. Here we go again.
Are you there?
Can you hear me, Todd? This would be fun to have this recorded on Steam or on the stream. Me losing my damn mind when it doesn't work. Tyler. Nope. 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 No. Let's try shutting down. Oh yeah, sounds like beer popping open. Yes, sir. Alright, details. Let's get this closed. You gotta force stop. I don't know why Discord has not been working. At least not on my phone. Join it. Tyler. Nope. Tyler. Shit. Guess we're going to have to go back. Doesn't seem to be working. Back to good. It's always something with this damn Discord. Alright. If you can't hear me, Tyler, I'm going to use Google. Yep. Bitch. I'm just trying to play some ball, man. Trying to get the coaching staff here to go. How did I do that? I'm not sure about this music. Interesting. We're going to use Google. Okay. Probably is going to kill the music. What's going on, brother? You there? Oh. I hope you push the button. How did I miss it? God damn it. Hello, hello. Yes, sir.
Okay. You called me and I answered on my phone when I meant to answer on my iPad. I have old school headphones plugged in, and nice. I can't do that on my phone.
Yep. No worries. Back to the Google. Discord's still fucked up. But you missed all sorts of exciting stuff in the rewriting of the Reds world. If you'd like me to help you get up to speed. First thing was we got Patrick Corbin. I guess I email or text you some of this stuff.
You text me. I get so caught up in doing other things, like, and I forget to text. I read the text messages and then I forget about it. I'm like, shit. I think I'm ignoring them, but I'm not. I read them.
I know that this stuff is not. This is not the top priority. It's a nice to know kind of thing.
It is nice to know. I enjoy it.
But we're coming along quite a bit. First thing was because we weren't sure if we could get Cueto long term. We got a 24-year-old Patrick Corbin signed.
Nice.
Pretty friendly salary, about $4 million for a season. We extended an offer to A-Rod, who hasn't responded yet. What a diva. And,
yeah. Real life, man.
Yeah.
I knew that game was real life when Homer Bailey was like rated like 2 out of 99 or something weird like that, and he gave up 12 runs in his first start. I'm like, this is legitimate. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
This was before his injury problems derailed him.
Yeah.
So I think this is right when the Reds, like he just came off those 2 no-hitters in that season.
Yeah.
But his contract's not real life. I mean, it's only $10 million a year.
That's not bad.
Yeah, and he's decent. So we're letting him ride for now.
I'm gonna look at his stats. You know, honestly, like for his sake, I hope last year was just not an aberration, and he gets better because the guy's got talent, of course.
For sure.
And but man, last year was so bad.
Historically bad.
So bad.
You're right. Yeah, and it's he's
0-1 with a 9 ERA this year.
This first 2 games he pitched, he was
he did okay.
Yeah, he was serviceable. I mean, the Royals are terrible, so even if he was pitching 3 ERA or lower, he's probably still taking a loss for those.
Not necessarily feel better about him doing bad, but I feel really good about Matt Harvey doing bad and how the Red starting pitching is doing right now.
The Red starting pitching is insane.
I hope it continues, man. I hope it continues. Brantley's been on TV, not radio. I saw him caught some of his snippets, stuff he said, and he's like, man, this pitching holds up, and the bats come around how they are. should be pretty good. And then the last time the Reds started 1-8.
95.
The last time they started 1-8 was in '95 when they went to the NLCS and Brantley was on the team. So I'm nervous about the Cardinal series and the Dodgers series, even though the Reds own the Dodgers.
We're gonna learn a lot.
Yeah, I think this is the true test. Because Pittsburgh seems kind of hot right now.
And I don't think that they're that good, really.
Yeah, but they're just a hot team right now, and they kind of do that. Pittsburgh has done that the past few years. Not necessarily at the beginning of the year, but they get on a real good hot streak.
Clint Hurdle.
They kind of own the Reds too.
Yep. Clint Hurdle makes magic out of that team. But yeah, it's that year, 95. I have to remind you, we were at a homecoming dance, junior high, watching the Reds playoff game.
Yeah.
And I think Deion Sanders was on that team, wasn't he?
I remember Reggie Sanders striking out at some point.
Yep.
Because they're playing the Dodgers. Not at the homecoming dance, I think. But you and I may have been watching together, because I do remember watching them together. And I remember Reggie Sanders, like, blowing a chance to score some runs to, like, maybe not win the series or anything, but, like, take a lead in a pivotal game or something. But Reggie Sanders sucked for all the hype he had.
He was not clutch. And he wasn't really good at defense.
No.
But what else? That was the 95 year when everybody strongly believed it was going to be an All-Ohio World Series.
Yeah.
And maybe happen this year.
Yeah.
But other things that have happened. So Cueto did sign for 7 years.
Nice.
And we were able to backload that contract. It's 7 years, $126 million. I mean, it is a beast of a contract. But it's options and incentive bonus laden. So if he pitches 180 innings, he'll get 180,000 bonus. If he wins MVP, where's this shit at? Why is it not on here? If he wins MVP or Cy Young, I think I'm paying him like $1.5 million, which I'm probably going to get stuck with because he's pretty good on here. But first year's $13.9 million. That's not too bad. 16 season is $17 million. In 2017, $18 million. 2018, $18.1. 2019, $18.5. 2020, $19.5. And then 2021 season, just because I like the way the numbers match up, is $21 million. And
that's not terrible for 2021. And if you're doing good, if you're winning Cy Youngs and MVPs, that means the team's doing good and bringing in the extra money to pay for it. So. And
when I signed him, it impacted the fans' loyalty. It went up quite a bit. And so
that game is so stat laden, man.
And it seems like real life, like when they traded Cueto away, it was like, all right, the rebuild's coming, and everybody was like, fuck season tickets, I ain't buying, I haven't been to a game since. But then we also were able to pull Chris Perez, the old Indians closer, off the minor league heap. He's not even getting paid, he's just on the minor league roster in case he wants to turn it around. And then the stupid ass Padres offered me prospects for Jeff Francis, who may or may not even make it out of spring training. And so you didn't miss much last episode. I think it was 2 hours of me going through every. Yep.
Nice.
I went through every Padres prospect that they had until I could find, and they haven't agreed to the deal, but Zach Eflin, who I think in real life is with the Phillies now.
He's with the Phillies. He pitched a hell of a game the other night.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, okay, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Where else is this? Rosters. Deep in the farm system. Let me find this guy. Lonnie Richardson? No. When you go through these, low A ball and Arizona League teams, I just basically scroll through until I see multiple stars.
Yeah.
And I've got 16-year-old Franmil Reyes, 6'5", 240-pound right fielder, who in Arizona League hit 3 home runs, 30 RBIs, on base percentage of 387. And so yeah, he's 16 years old. I'm like, by the time Jay Bruce's contract is up, he's got to be 19.
Yeah.
And he might be his potential is 3-star. So
I remember those stars in that game because I still approach every sports game the way we approach NHL, where we take like a 78 guy, traded for an 81 guy, take the 81 guy, traded for an 84 guy, and we build our roster of 99 guys. Sports games are too smart for that now, and I can't do that anymore.
Yeah. I had tried to put Josh Van Meter, who I think is somewhat of a prospect in real life. I tried to include him in that contract, and they wanted nothing to do with it.
Well, in that day and age, you could probably get Byron Buxton for cheap. Because he was a big time prospect and flailed out. Now he's doing okay. I don't know why that name just popped up,
but it reminded me that Matt Latos came from the Padres and saw the old boys, Yasmani Grandal and
I was just watching
Alonso.
Brewers.
Yeah. I mean, I still feel like they should have kept him. Yonder Alonso.
Yeah.
Yonder Alonso's kind of resurrected his career, but he was fizzling out. And then Matt Latos definitely fizzled out. But at this point, we're waiting on some answers to those. They did sign Chris Medlin, somebody did, so I lost the sweepstakes for him. But we've played 2 spring games. We beat somebody. We lost to the Cardinals and the Dodgers. We lost to the Dodgers in the first one, 1-0. But now we're playing the Cubbies, and they're really terrible still. This is before their resurgence. So I'm sitting here eating sunflower seeds, drinking beers.
Oh, have you had the I don't know if it's Biggs or Giant, the sunflower company. Okay, well, I'll preface this whole story with I have a lot of Mexican students in class, and they bring me Mexican candy.
Nice.
And I love the chili flavored candies, and they have a little bit of lemon flavor in it. But then once you get to that chili powder and lemon, you can then get to actual candy. I love those things. And I went to the gas station by school the other day, because I always have sunflower seeds on my desk, and they had chili and lemon flavored sunflower seeds.
Oh.
And I got them, and they taste just like that candy. The outer edge of that candy, they're amazing. Have you had those yet?
Have you had the
Taco Bell flavored ones yet?
No, I'm missing out on that.
Too.
I've got jalapeno hot salsa ones. It's the first time I've seen these.
Those are probably pretty good.
And I can't really tell any flavor for them. But we're about to kick this off with the Cubbies here.
Sorry, guy. Tracy just walked in the door.
No worries. Hello, Tracy.
She just did her first arts and crafts show.
Oh yeah.
In like a hipster village of Tulsa.
Nice.
Art festival. Yeah. When I say art craft show, it sounds like it's a PTO in the school. It's a festival. You know, the tents outside. They're selling beer, things like that. So she sold some towels. I think she may got a deal with a dispensary to sell weed charities.
Hell yeah. That's big time.
I was playing with Matt Bowman earlier because he invited me. I was so bad for him because he was lonely. And he happened to bring up the Reds, and I went like on a 30-minute tangent of everything that's going on. And he's like, I think I'm kind of tired. I need to go to bed now. Like, man, my mind, like, I don't blame you. trying to be rude. I'm just saying, I've watched every damn game. I know everything happened.
Yep.
So he's like, oh, I think I just need to go to bed now.
I missed yesterday's game, but
I was at school, so I listened to it.
And this is Mesarocco pre-double hip surgery.
We get the RBI. That's nice. So he's just on like stove.
Puppy dog.
Is he keeping it on lockdown?
I don't know. What if they're taller? He's probably really tall.
Yeah, he's already really tall. Every time I look at him, I know who it is, but I can't think of it.
The hell was Ronald Bueno? Just like real life. I think Molly is. No, Tanner.
He pitched the second.
Yeah.
Roar.
Yep, Tanner Roar. I'm gonna put Winker in the lineup. Chris Heisey's got 2 hits, and they're both home runs.
Yeah.
Cozart.
You know, the big difference for the Reds right now, the biggest difference for the Reds right now is Schebler and Winker getting hits. That makes a whole difference.
I had faith in Winker. Schebler, I mean, my expectations aren't so high. I feel like he's a bench.
Yeah.
He's a extra outfielder. But Winker, I mean, I think he's the future. Him and front of Votto.
And he's young. What, 24?
Yeah. Him and Votto at the top of the lineup. That's 2 base runners pretty much every time.
Yeah. That's what started going. I was like, oh, Joey Votto just seems like he doesn't care about baseball. I saw that game where he got thrown out at third base. I'm like, well, no, that's because he stopped because the ball was going to hit him, so instead he got thrown out. I was like, that's just Votto. You know, he's
slow.
He's a weirdo. That's just the way he is. He's like, no, you should just ran. He could have got tagged out, and then the guy could have saved the guy at first base. In my mind, I'm like, that's not how that works, Matt.
One of the drivers for art cars, I forgot to talk to his choice. Like, guy that never grew up long year, probably responsible. He had his children with that cars.
These spring training games, it's hard trying to get the younger guys in a lineup.
Yeah.
Doggy dog.
I think the dog turned a corner. I put a little too much food in her bowl, and she didn't eat it. Yeah. Her belly was bloated after that.
It's taken me 36 years to get to that point. If it's on my plate.
Well, I was good when you said you're going to get cookies and you do your job. I said, well, I'll never go up my waistline. And I looked down like, nah, it's already gone. No hope there.
I was gonna say the only way I know to stop eating is when the food is off my plate.
Yeah, because I'm a fast eater, so that they say it sets in at 20 minutes. I mean, in 20 minutes I could eat 3,000 calories because I eat so fast. So I try to work on that. Which reminds me, for some reason, this guy reminds me of you. He's a YouTuber, but he's not annoying like most YouTubers.
Like you.
Yeah. No. No.
I'm not quite a YouTuber yet.
Maybe not the guy himself makes you think of Greg, but what he did in this one video. Okay. His most recent video he has 2.1 million followers. I mean, he gets a lot of clicks.
Yeah.
And stuff, but his most recent video got notoriety. I'll let her. He was opening up 87 flitter packs to get a Michael Jordan rookie, and he pulled the Michael Jordan rookie, and he freaked out and spit on the card. And so it was on the card reading. People were like, oh my God, he spit on it. And he sent in to get it graded, and it came back, and it still has a mark on it.
Oh,
it only got like a 4 or 5, so it lost some value. So now his videos are in my feed and there's a video of him drinking 3 liters of olive oil in one setting of 24 calories, or 24,000 calories, and he drinks it all, and he's like, it's 7 years ago, so you can tell it's before he's big, because he's just sitting in his garage, and he drinks, and he's like, I think I need to go to the hospital now. And for some reason, that just reminds me of something you would do when we were drunk on gin.
Yeah. Or Steve MRE. He's
Yeah.
like, this stuff's gonna make me sick.
He's kind of like Steve MRE. Like, he is a card collector, so he does have card videos. So I went and looked through them, but he has a ton of videos where he's went on eBay and bought like 30-year-old Ecto coolers, and he drinks them on camera and stuff. But olive oil ones. I was like, oh, I think I need to go to the hospital now.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. The next day probably ain't good either.
That's like.
Uh-oh.
I don't think he did a follow-up video, so.
Mike Leake started off with 2 strikeouts, but now he's in some trouble. Kyle Schwarber up.
I got you.
Oh, he
Hoosier.
just walked him
Kyle
loaded.
Schwarber. Middletown Hoosier.
Walked him loaded. What I've been doing with these spring training games is going through the lineup once with the batters, and then I let it simulate so that AI can control all the substitutions and shit. Cause
I did like the simulation. If I remember correctly, there's a lot of options for simulation. How you can simulate it, control the pace of it. Isn't there?
Yeah, you can simulate like 1 at bat, half inning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I've been trying to do that, and fucking Chris Coughlin, is that who that is? Just hit a 2-run single. Leaks.
I think my free trial still got like 20 days, so
Nice.
you got 3 weeks of free play. I don't know, like, when that free trial's over, then I would think that if you went and bought the game and downloaded that save file should translate over. But maybe watch a YouTube video on how, like, what file it's under, just copy it over, so that if you go and buy the game, you can still have it. But I think with those free trial, PC games are different than Xbox games. You know, like if you did a free trial of a game, well, even if you bought it,
I think the
save file.
The save files go onto my just my documents drive.
Okay, so yeah, you're good then.
So yeah, even if you wanted the save, I could zip it and send it to you, and then you could pull it down.
That's the great thing about PC gaming. There's a thing called Cheat Engine that you can download, and you can do whatever you want. Any and every PC game that ever comes out.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure there's tons of Cheat Engine hacks for outside the park, but that kind of defeats the purpose of the game.
That's the one thing that I have not looked into at all with this is like mods and stuff.
Yeah, but there's tons of them.
And I'm sure people have different takes on the ratings.
Yeah.
Bernardina went down on strikes. We're not doing too good here. Let's see what BP does. BP, I put BP available for trade because I'm kind of, I don't really like him. He's
I think he hung around too much because of his personality, how he loved the city. I think. I mean, what was he for those last few years? 240, 250 hitter.
Yeah. He's getting paid way too much.
Yeah, for what he did.
And Votto just struck out looking. This is not a good start.
Bought some Pokey Reach cards the other day.
Oh shit. I forget about Pokey. He was supposed to be the Larkin heir apparent.
Yep. He was okay.
You know, played in a dark time of Reds baseball. Leak is striking everybody out.
It seems better that now what she was in before is more official, probably better, but this is more friendly.
Damn, Leaker.
That was kids from her school. I think she likes that. She's more excited about it. I got practice. Yeah.
So the other thing I did was got you a pitching and hitting coach to join your staff, and so the pitching coach is supposed to specialize in finesse pitchers, and it must be doing something because every out that Leak's got has been a strikeout. He's getting after it.
I was a finesse pitcher.
What's that?
I said I was a finesse pitcher.
Absolutely.
Didn't have much speed, but I was a lefty. I was a crafty.
I was gonna say changing speed and locations. All you gotta do, Greg Maddux.
I was the Greg Maddux of Riverside Baseball till my arm gave up on me.
Jay Bruce.
I was never much a fan of Jay Bruce.
I wanted him to be good, but
I did absolutely did too.
Like I wanted to.
Fan. It's just like,
I mean, I wanted to.
I wasn't just wanted to see him go. That's probably what I mean.
Yeah.
But when he's on the Reds, well, yeah, I wanted to be bat 400, hit 50 home run, driving 130 runs a year.
But at this time, so I'm with you. I probably would not have extended him, given the way he was playing. But he's coming off of 2011 season, 32 homers, 97 RBIs, on base percentage of 341.
Yeah.
34 homers, 99 RBIs. And in 2013, he was 30 homers, 109 RBIs, and he played in 160 games.
He had good power numbers.
Oh, yeah.
It was always power numbers of like 7th inning when they're down 10-1.
He was, yeah. He had a couple of clutch homers.
I take that back. He was, in those playoff years, he did some crucial things that helped them win. So, he's kind of like, when I think of Indiana basketball players, you get pissed off at them because they come in so highly ranked and they don't live up to the hype necessarily, but they did a lot of good things.
Yep.
You always have those bad things in your mind. Or the not the bad things, but not so good things. I was going to text you this because I was texting about Matt Harvey. I usually watch a lot of Angels or Dodgers games at night when I go to bed. And Cozart, when we were texting about who could have a lower batting average than whatever Winker had at one point.
Chris Davis.
Zach Cozart did. Oh, yeah, Chris Davis, yeah, for sure. But just thinking of next red, like Cozart was like 0.36.
Not good. I don't know if Chris Davis is ever going to get a hit. It's in his head now.
Yeah. I just think, I'm not saying that I have major league potential, but I think I could get up there and get lucky. Out of 50 at-bats, I think I could slap a hit. I have 3 things I can probably do at a professional level, and that's it. I think I could get a hit in Major League Baseball. I think I could get a wide open 3 in an NBA game, and I could birdie a hole at the Masters.
Nice.
I couldn't defend an NBA guy. I couldn't pitch to an MLB guy. I couldn't score even par on a PGA course, but I could do those capsules within each event. I think I could do that. Yeah, I could get a major league hit, but my average should still be 0.025 or whatever. I could birdie a hole at the Masters, but I still shoot 90, and I could hit an open 3 in an NBA game, but I would still give up 50 points because I couldn't guard anybody, and then I missed all the 20 other shots that I'd take. But I think I could do those 3 things. And that doesn't really say much because I think a lot of other people do that as well that have no talent.
They didn't substitute anybody out of the game, so
it's not true spring training because with MLB TV you get spring training games, and I try to watch the Reds. I've never really gotten in spring training, and they're batting like 40 people like it's a T-ball game.
Yep.
And the fielders swapping in and out. I'm like, I think I watched 2 games. I'm like, I'm not getting anything out of this. No, yeah. I did enjoy watching like some of the minor league guys playing stuff like that, but I'm like, this is not.
Well, then
not getting anything.
They run out of pitchers, and they just say, well, it's a tie.
Yeah. That happened a couple times, or at least one time I was watching.
I guess old Johnny Bench wanted to put him through the ringer today. They're getting smashed 7-1. I don't know what to do. Let's take Seth Varner out. So, the thing about this game that drives me nuts is when you simulate it, if they have a pinch hitter come in for the pitcher, you have to put the pinch hitter position as pitcher, go back into the game, let him pitch a pitch, and then you can take him out. And it's not good.
I don't know really to what you said, but my brief time with that game, I remember and we may have talked about this last weekend. I remember the graphics presentation of that game, like when you simulate it, looked really good. Is that the case?
Well,
am I making that up?
The outfielders and the presentation is good. Yeah, all the stats overlays.
Yeah.
It's really like Earl Weaver baseball though, when the outfielders chase down fly balls and stuff.
Yeah. You seem to have a good production value. Like there's some money and time put into that game. I guess that's probably a good way of putting it.
I guess I'm
really, it could be made by 2 or 3 people. Somebody like you that do the stats and all that stuff, and then a good graphics designer that does programming language for, say, like Unreal Engine or something like that. And then you make it 1 year, and then you spend a few years on making it, and you release it, say, in 2013, and then your update, just do some refinements and update rosters. And
you can get all these guys in. We got Shedrick Long. He's still with the Reds, right? But he's not a catcher anymore.
I guess some of his cards.
Phil Irvin's on here.
He got called up in the Mexico series.
Yeah. Gotta get Goslin out of there. Cozart. Billy Hamilton batting 1 for 10. Todd Frazier batting 1 for 10. He's not good.
I like Billy Hamilton because he played hard, but he didn't do much other than that. See how he's doing in.
I saw the other day he scored on a sac fly from second base. I'm like, that's just insane. We got Jose Siri.
Damn, he's not even batting leadoff. He's batting
9th.
Yeah. He's batting 237. He batted 236 last year. So, change of scenery probably didn't help him much.
In this game, the previous season, he had like 6 RBI or 6 home runs, and he was batting like 254. I remember all the optimism that he's gonna make it, man.
Yeah. Oh, I thought so too. He seems like a likable guy. He plays hard, but speed is your best attribute. You got to be goddamn Ricky Henderson to take advantage of it. He wasn't. That's hyperbole, but.
How do I do this? We'll just.
If you don't get on base, I guess that's the point. If you don't get on base, what good is your speed?
I was gonna say, he's like a closer. You can bring him in the 9th inning as a pinch runner. He could change the game for you. Play defense in the last inning too.
Yeah. I don't think he wanted that, so.
Or put him on the Angels and let Shohei Ohtani DH for him.
Yeah.
Or let somebody else DH for Billy Hamilton and let Shohei hit for himself as a pitcher.
Hope Shohei makes it.
He's still hurt, right?
Yeah, he had Tommy John, but he can DH.
Hmm.
I don't know how. I'm not well versed on that, but I thought if your elbow was broken like that, it would hurt to swing.
Yeah.
But I guess not.
Yeah.
I bought a $400 card of Shohei Ohtani out of Walmart out of a $1.99 pack.
Nice.
And it's dropped. It's now worth $400 because it's dropped because of his injury. It was like a $1,000 card, but I pulled it when he was hurt. So I'm like, God, get better. Let that give it back to $1,000 when we sell it. That's my only reason for him doing good.
Sending them get well cards.
Yeah. Come on, give it to me, Shohei.
I really look forward to seeing you pitch again.
Yep. The guy that I go to the card shop, he hates him. I don't know why, but he hates him. And he doesn't seem like a racist guy, and I say that because, some people don't want him to be good because he's Japanese. And he doesn't seem that kind of guy, but man, he does not like Ohtani. I don't know why. I mentioned the card shop guy because cards aside, he's a baseball aficionado. He knows stats in and out, talks baseball. He knows all the Red signings, and he's a guy you can just go. Even if you didn't buy cards, you can sit in there and just talk baseball. And so, just like for some reason, he hates Shohei Ohtani. I don't know why. I think he's fascinating. I don't love him or hate him, but he's fascinating to see a two-way player like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, and what he did in Japan was crazy too.
Yeah.
The numbers he was putting up.
I loved how the New York media, those guys, it was kind of became a meme of how they were talking shit about him because of his spring training performance, because he was sucking for spring training, and they were like, he's the worst. They wasted so much money. Like the New York media does. And then last year, he had a hell of a year for a rookie year. There's a lot of good rookies last year.
There used to be an option to send the manager to the mound. I'm trying to stall so the reliever can get warmed up. I spent a lot of time just going through the menus, trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing.
No. I think that game is custom made for you.
Yeah, I'll hopefully catch up to it someday. I can't. What is this? Bullpen. That's what I was doing before. Alright. Chris Perez, here you come. Oh no, it won't let me. Still won't let me.
With Danny Graves back calling games to the Reds on the radio.
Oh jeez.
I went back and looked up his stats.
He had a couple of lights out seasons.
I don't know, he was pretty bad.
He was, yeah. I guess the seasons that he had that might not have been Red seasons when he was good. It might have been like minor league.
They were not with the Reds. Do you remember how he got released?
He did something stupid, didn't he?
It was kind of shitty. Like he did a Russell Westbrook and he did it in 2019, but he probably wouldn't have been released. Some guy didn't jump in the dugout, but linger in the dugout and say, "Go back home and you." He was born in Vietnam.
Yeah.
So he went out and flipped him off. So it looked like he flipped off the whole crowd.
Wow.
They released him because of it. I mean, I flipped the guy off too.
Yeah, I flip people off every day on the drive home.
Yeah. So he got released for that, and he went to the Indians. But like he was like reliever, and his stats were terrible. And then they made him a starter. He was like 4-14. And
Then they made him a closer.
yeah. No, he was a closer. They made him a starter, I believe.
Well, but didn't the Indians make him a closer again?
Oh, God, they come on the Reds. Maybe. I didn't go into the deep details. I just looked at his Red stats, Mike. Because I remember him being highly touted.
Molly, shut up. Alright, why
But you know,
don't they put
sometimes
this guy in?
In his favor, reading those stats sometimes doesn't do justice for people. But they didn't look good.
Why can't I put this guy in the game? I'm stuck with Skip Schumacher pitching.
Shurik. And how
Oh yeah.
Dongo resurrected his career. I was like, holy shit, I forgot Pete Shurik had that really good year for the Reds.
That was hardball baseball time.
Yeah. That's around the same time Ron Ganhow had a hell of a year for the Reds too. Was that the same year, 95?
I think so.
Was Pete Shurik a little bit later?
Pete Shurik was definitely on the team with Ron Gant. I think Kevin Mitchell was even there.
Yeah. Yeah, because I
Terry
just bought a
Pendleton,
Donruss
maybe?
Crusade, amazing looking card. Those are expensive cards. They're like crazy amounts of money, but there's only one of the Reds, and it's Kevin Mitchell. So it's like $2 when others sell for $100. So I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot Kevin Mitchell was a Red.
That was
I
hardball.
don't care. It's a Reds card. It's a nice looking Reds card. I'm not all about.
Why can't I get Skip Schumacher out of here? Get him out of here. Get him out of there. Holy hell. What do I have to do to get him out? What do I have to do? Zach Weiss pitch. What did he do?
I'll be right back. I got to go to the restroom.
Alright. Trying to get this. Chris Perez, please come into the game. What the fuck? Why won't you? I guess we're gonna let Jumbo come in here. Molly, shut the fuck up. Why won't they let me come out? They'll let me put him in at the number 8 spot. What in the hell is going on? This is frustrating. Are you not allowed to substitute a pitcher in the middle of an at-bat? Is that what's happening? And that's a base hit. Is that a double? Son of a bitch. Fuck off. Why it did that, I do not know. Really interesting. Alright. Nice. Chris Perez comes in, first Reds appearance, and throws some cheese right by him. Charles Cutler. Uh-oh. That's a gapper. Runners on the corners here. Not good. Luis Babuino. What's going on, Matt Schwarber still in the game? I don't like that. Double play? No. Just a line out. Schwarb. Pitch around him. Oh, God. How is that a pitch around him? How is that a pitch around him? You give up a triple to the fucking catcher. Well, you failed. Get the hell out of this inning. That dude legged that out. Did he make that? Almost. What the hell, man? Come on. Alright, Winker Beans in here. Routine ground ball. Juan Perez. Uh-oh. No, it's pop up. Nope. Not the same magic from Marquez Smith he showed us last time he pinch hit. And he stepped in and had a home run. Chris Perez, you have had enough. We may not be keeping him on the roster too long. A rough, rocky first outing for the old former Indians closer. But we're going to let Jumbo Diaz try to finish this off. Nice. Good stuff from the big man. Nate Shearholtz, what are you going to do to us? You are going to fly out to right field. And now we got the pitcher. Give it to him. Oh boy. Okay. I'm like, is the pitcher going to get a hit off of Jumbo? He looked good. The Reds get beat up 9-1 here. We still got one out bat. We still got one more. Yeah. Okay. Sucker. No. Well, down to 2 outs. You still got Jay Bruce in there. That's a single. There you go, red legs. Come on now. A little late inning magic here. All right, here we go. Let's see what Ruben Gote can do. That's a double play, you son of a bitch. Nope, he beat it. He beat the throw. And down to the last out.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the delay.
No worries, we are just watching the Reds get trashed.
Welcome to the real world.
Oh, the Justin Ruggiano playing center field just made a nice catch, and that is it. Disappointment. Bernardina 0 for 3. Winker 0 for 1. BP 0 for 3. Jose Perez 0 for 1. Votto 2 for 3. Marquez Smith came in, he grounded out. Mesoraco 1 for 3. Barnhart 0 for 1. Jay Bruce 1 for 4. 3 left on base. Frazier 0 for 3. Goslin 0 for 3. 2 Ks. Cozart 0 for 1. Billy Hamilton 0 for 3. God damn it.
Who was the,
Chris Heisey 1 for 1.
he played out, for the Reds in the good years. But he had a low batting average. And I think they dealt him, and I cannot think of his name. Grant, I could just look up that roster.
What year? Like 2013, 12?
Yeah, 2013.
Heisey or Ludwig?
No.
Marlon Byrd was there for a minute. Skip Schumacher. Roger Bernardino was there for like 20 games, and then they got rid of him.
I don't think so. Let's go 2012.
They threw a bunch of shitbags in left field. It was always just a left fielder. That's all we needed to be champs. And so that's kind of the philosophy behind this season is that keep them together. If I can get A-Rod, send Todd Frazier to outfield, maybe that's it.
Maybe it was Ludwig. I don't know.
He was really bad when he was with
Maybe it was Stubbs.
Yeah.
I was talking about him last week. Maybe it was him.
He was pretty bad.
Yeah.
He was okay at defense, though.
I remember sitting at a specific gas station at a specific moment, listening to the game. Or no, I was listening to XM radio, MLB talk on XM radio, and they're talking about because the Reds were damn good, so they were dominating the airwaves in a certain regard, and they're talking about who's Reds to make a trade deadline to make them better. But that just doesn't seem like the right thing.
Old Walt Jocketty's hard on for old Cardinals. It's the only thing that could give him a hard on.
How did I forget the DD Gregarious?
Oh yeah.
On the Reds. I forgot about that.
Edwin Encarnacion. They got rid of a lot of fucking studs. Evan Turner. They never even gave him a chance. I thought Ben Lively was decent last year for the Phillies.
Yeah. Well, there was one time when the Reds were playing the Dodgers, it said the Dodgers have more players drafted by the Reds than the Reds have.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Well, that was not a good game. Bad Reds.
Maybe it's Johnny Gomes. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Ah, yeah. It was Shin Soo Choo, but
he had a hell of a year for the Reds.
Yeah, he was another guy that I'm like, why did you let him walk?
Yeah. What too much money?
Mm-hmm. In that stadium, he was perfect. Carlos Rodon is injured for the season.
In that stadium, you need to play as much as you can, get his trade value up, get him gone. Not that I don't like him, but I mean, there's no chance of re-signing him, is there?
Right.
Unless he has a terrible year and he takes pennies. But
he's just trying to pretend like he's everybody's friend.
Yeah, that's why I view it. And he's a likable guy, and I like him, but it's a facade. I understand that. It's like get him in there, get those stats up there, get him gone for a center fielder, or. And think about it, if the Reds get hot, Scooter's gonna be back.
Yep.
I really hope they re-sign Scooter. I like him a lot.
He's a Ohio boy too.
He's fiery. He's got that urgency. From Cincinnati, he wants to be there. He's pissed off he's not re-signed yet, and it doesn't seem like he wants that much money. Because at spring training, he was pissed off that they re-signed Sonny Gray. He's like, well, Sonny Gray hasn't even played a season, and I'm here giving all I got. I understand why they re-signed Sonny Gray. Goddamn, they need to start pitching, but I hope they resign him.
Well, nobody's signing. No one's accepting these trade or contract offers. A little worried. Let's see our pending offers here. Jay Bruce, still pending, 3 years for $36 million. And A-Rod is 1 year for $4.2 million. Most of that is bonuses that he's not going to earn. And it says he favors the offer. But when you go to the free agent list, Molly, shut the fuck up. Seriously.
Is that the same cat?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, Greg.
Dude, she is Pet Cemetery cat.
That was back in our Clintonville days.
Yeah.
I guess that's 14 years ago. For a cat, that's not super old. Let's go lay down, Casey. Come on.
She ain't dying anytime, ever.
That's good.
She's upstairs in the attic now because of our big dog.
Yeah.
And she's just ruining everything. Cat hair, cat
what we call
puke.
Daddy Cat. It's on our porch. Oh my God, Greg. I didn't know it was true, but you know how apes, those certain apes, they get the inflated cheeks when they become the dominant male?
Yeah.
Did you know that happens to cats?
No.
Yeah, we have a cat that it's happened to. Like, we thought he had like bad teeth or something because his cheeks are so puffy and his head is so big, and we would never pet him. He's like, that's gotta be sore. And so he's like the father of the cats on our porch. I'm like, oh my God, this poor cat. But then I started petting him on the cheeks. He didn't react, so I looked it up. Yeah, tomcats get those things, and his head is like, it's like the size of a human hand, of like how wide it is.
Beast cat.
Oh my God, he's huge and he's beautiful, like this big gray, like lion fur. But he's so beat up because he fights.
Mm-hmm.
Still got his nuts. And so, like, he lost the tip of his ear. It's falling off.
Wildcat.
You would love him. My dad, I put him, when my dad calls on the Facebook portal, he's like, where's the daddy cat? So I go out on the porch, bring him in. You know how my dad is with cats. He's like, oh my God, that's just a great looking cat. I would like to have that cat. I'm like, I know. I would love to clone it. This is the most amazing cat ever.
If he's got his nuts, he's cloning himself somewhere.
We have his DNA in here, but they're all female, so they're not big males. I love big old tomcats.
Mm-hmm. Well, A-Rod's still out here. He is supposedly, where's he at with his contract?
I go pour another beer. I keep that set on now.
It doesn't say who's trying to sign him. I know somebody is. Here. All Season Center. This is where it shows it. Matt Harvey still available.
Always a red in our hearts. I have the only Matt Harvey Reds card that ever be made, and I'll hold it dearly.
He's only 24.
He did good for the Reds.
Yeah, this is right at the time when he took off. And for the longest time, all the teams that were interested in him were NL Central teams.
Do you remember why he fell off?
He started partying, didn't he, or some shit? He thought he was Batman.
He was dating some girl and it broke up with him, and they put him in a state of depression.
Oh boy, I'll do it.
He was dating some Hollywood lady. I don't remember who. I'll look it up.
Yeah,
he went like lost his mind. Like the Mets wouldn't start him. He wouldn't show up for practice.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't hurt or anything. It was because that girl broke up with him. Millionaires got third world problems, basically.
Oh shit, Barry Zito is on here still? Barry Zito is locked up now with the Phillies for $900,000. Chris Roberson. I don't have enough money because A-Rod won't tell me what he wants, if he's going to sign or not. It says it's down to Toronto, Cincinnati, and Minnesota. I need him to make a decision because I still need.
Adriana Lima. I think that's who it was.
Oh, yeah, that's not bad.
No, that's who Derek Jeter's married to now. I guess it wasn't a Hollywood person. It was a model.
That would hurt my heart too. But there's a couple of players out here I need to get serious about signing because our outfield is complete trash. I don't think Todd Frazier is the answer. Maybe we try to trade him. Let's see if I can trade him. Trades on this game are kind of hard to pull off. like when I tried to shop them around, it says you cannot trade a single player. I'm like, the fuck you can't? It says no one just trades a single player. Okay, I'm sure they do. Let's see here.
I like playing Destiny because I can be drunk and not do anything, and I still get credit for everything. So, well, I'm not drunk. I'm just not paying attention. I only drank a few beers. Pouring my beers in a mug, and I'm drinking them like slow as hell.
That's what I'm doing now too.
Yeah.
Sipping.
To me anymore, a six-pack is getting drunk. When I drink a six-pack, I'm like, oh my god, I'm drinking so much. I still like drinking beer, but I just don't drink hardly any of it anymore. Which, I mean, I guess that's not a bad. I say it's like it's a bad thing, but it's not.
I'll probably get pretty shitty tomorrow. It's the last night for karaoke at my favorite place, and
it's the last night ever, or for the season?
For the season, or maybe forever. I don't know. It's Benny's. You know Benny's Pizza, right?
We talked about this. I think I've been there before, Lloyd.
They always
in like a wild drinking phase.
Yeah, I mean,
I was like 12 or 13.
It's like I don't know how to describe it. Best pizza in town, but they have local bands and they have like a stage outside.
Okay.
So these Marysville people, they get drunk at noon till they start doing their old people dance where they're just shaking their shoulders, not really doing anything. But they are going to cancel karaoke so they can start that back up. But between that and that interview, I was getting worried. I hadn't heard back from them. I'm like, what kind of assholes, man? It's been 3 months since I applied for the job. And I finally had the in-person interview after they made me read a book. And then they made me do a book report. And then the guy asked me to talk to him on the phone again about what my program would look like if I started it. And I'm like, I'm a little worried that you're just taking my ideas. You bought me a $20 book, but you've essentially got 10 hours in my intellectual property. Instead of paying me, I don't know, like my contracting wages are $40 an hour. I'm like, you basically give me a $20 book, you get $400 of my time, and then you just like, well, we'll get back to you. But today he finally said everybody was impressed and was happy to talk with you. They thought your demeanor was a good fit. I'm like, that's almost a guarantee that they're going to give me the job, right?
Yeah, that's good. I think for the most important aspect, from my perspective, I'm not the one taking the job, for your mental well-being, I think.
It's going to be an awesome job if I get it. I mean,
the corporate overlords have worn you down.
Yeah.
I think. You don't need that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I kind of blew their mind a little bit when they asked me, these stupid interview questions. What does happiness look like for you? And so I'm like, well, in my job, in my sex life, I didn't say that, but I'm like, professionally, I'm like, well, yeah, of course, you're here for a job interview, not a like Match.com dating profile. And so I'm like, my answer to him was, I came home from work one day, and I always ask my daughter when she comes home from school, what'd you do today? And so she asked me, Daddy, what'd you do at work? And all I could do was just sigh.
Yeah, that's not good.
And I said, you know what? I gotta change my job so my daughter knows that being miserable in your job and being worn out, underutilized, frustrated is not the way to go through life. And like
that's the kind of answer that makes the guy interviewing you quit his job.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. What I mean is that's a really good answer.
When they started, there was 3 women at this point. Like this was the panel interview, and they shook their head and they're like, "Yeah, I mean, you've got to set an example." And I said, "It's not. Yeah, I mean, it's not just about me now. It's about being a better father, being a better husband, and being more important to my employer, my colleagues, my community." And so this company is, I mean, it's almost ridiculous how focused they are on community, and they are trying to grow really fast.
Yeah.
The guy's like, "We're hiring you, and in 5 years you might be doing something completely different, but we don't really know what we don't know yet." And they definitely try to copycat Huntington. I'm like, I can tell you all the things they do right, not many, but I can tell you all the things we shouldn't do. And these people, like, they don't even have a training department. They have a lady whose job title is HR assistant, and she's training people.
Yeah.
And then the other lady who's interviewing me is also the lady who put the job requisitions out. She's doing all the HR generalist work. Her title is Chief Human Resources Officer. And so it's pretty clear if I'm just trying to get a title or something, I can work here for a year or two and probably like be I mean, I will be executive level. My boss reports to the CEO of the company, and they make fucking cookies at work. So I'm like,
oh, dude,
sign me up.
Sound friendly already. Yeah, it sounds like a really, really good change for you.
And I'll be downtown Richwood, so my knee's been messed up. I drive to work at Huntington. I have to drive around for 40 minutes to find a parking spot where I don't have to walk.
What you pay for parking.
Oh yeah.
You want to do that anymore?
Exactly.
Think of that beer money. That's video game money.
Exactly.
Video game money and beer money.
And the drive is like 20 minutes just down country roads. And nice. So when I finally get to the bank, I'm like, okay, where am I going to park? Well, ample parking in downtown Richwood at 3 in the afternoon. You park anywhere on the street. You can park in somebody's yard across the road.
That's right.
I'm like,
you know, one of my greatest anxieties in life, I'm a pretty chill person, not depressed by any means, but goddamn, if I don't get anxiety about parking, if I get pretty bad, that's one thing I get anxious about, is parking.
Yep.
Like today, when we go to Tracy's Arts Festival, like, the only thing that's crossed my mind is I don't want to go to park. What am I going to do? I got to find a parking spot. I don't like to do that. I don't want to do. And I found a parking spot and everything worked out. It always works out, but all the things in my life, I guess I should be thankful. That's the only thing I'm worried about, but man, it really makes me anxious thinking about parking.
It's something you can never count on. You just never count on the parking spot being where you're, looking for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other thing that maybe was a good answer or a bad answer was, he was just asking me, he's like, so, I've talked to you a few times, but tell me who you are. And so I mentioned, like, a few things about me as the employer, as the employee. And I said, but I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a son, I'm a brother, and I'm like, I'm a music lover. And he's like, oh, tell me about music. And he's like, and I was like, I don't know, what do you want? Jazz, rap, anything. And he's like, jazz. And I'm like, he said, what did he say to me? He's like, are you big band or bebop? And I'm like, hard bop, Coltrane. And he's like, what? And I'm like,
Coltrane's a man.
Yep. And I told him, I'm like, that Miles Davis, that kind of stuff, the avant-garde. I'm like, and then also electronic jazz, and I named off like 4 different bands, and he's like, okay. But then, like, he asked me a question a little bit later. I said, just like my music taste, if you give me, I don't know, any kind of category or topic, I'll find something in it I like. And I said, but I'm more comfortable with a guy that has a can of dip in his pocket than a fancy
Yeah.
handkerchief.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
he was like, "Oh man, you're in." He's
Dude,
like,
I relate so much. I don't know. I relate to that because that was my old school where I teach now. I really enjoy where I teach now, but I have no like personal relationships with people. But the people that I teach with, like the assistant principal did dip in his office, and he's a good friend of mine now. And like the principal that hired me is now the superintendent of school. We are good friends, even though I left. We all go golfing and go have beers and stuff. People I teach with now, like even when I quit that school, I would never talk to those people again. Not that they're bad people, but it's that dichotomy you just brought up. I totally relate to that.
and
I still have a lot of crap in me, and that's what it is.
That's
sure
it.
That's what it is for you.
Yep.
That's our upbringing, but also those people are more real.
For sure.
Well, they're more real to me,
Yep.
in the sense that I relate to people. That's how I relate to people, and those are just people I relate to. Not that other people are bad. It's just that's my comfort zone. It's probably your comfort zone.
It's what I've been around the longest.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I had said that because in previous conversations he had talked about people not lasting long with this bank because if they can't get on that level with those customers that they're going to see day in, he's like, they don't work out. And he had said something about because I grew up and I had been to the Richwood County Fair, because I had, played baseball with Ben Logan and people that, lived around there. That was, I guess, one of the prerequisites, is that I was an insider, not somebody coming from the city, because he's come from Westerville. That's where he lives. And so I was kind of throwing it out there, but he came back to it later. He's like, tell me about that. Are you a farm boy? And I'm like, well, my dad was the first member of his family that didn't farm for a living, and all he ever wanted to do was buy a farm. And so I moved to Marysville because I had my share of living in downtown Columbus. And I said, at this point in my life, I feel like being in a community where you know everybody's name, you know who your kids are hanging out with, you know what those kids' parents do, and everybody can kind of just be a little more tight knit. And he's like, oh wow, yeah, that's a great answer. I'm like, please just give me this job before my job that I have now kills me, because it's just so miserable. I can't do it anymore. I'm slow playing all these projects, and I keep making good excuses. I'm like, you guys are asking me to do something, but it's not the right thing. If I do it now, we're going to be redoing it again, or somebody else is going to be redoing it again, because I've already redone it 4 times since I've been here. And so they're like, you're right, let's get more people involved, let's talk to these people. And I'm just like, drag it out till the end of April, put my 2 weeks in, use up whatever PTO I have left, and say, sorry, gotta go. But the fact that this bank is growing faster than they know how to, and there's definitely a shortage of professional talent out there in Richwood. Not to say that people aren't smart, but it's just not a destination for, career. And I'm like the opposite. I'm like, dude, it's right between Delaware, right between Marysville, Union County, Delaware County. I've been the 2 fastest growing counties in Ohio for 10 years. I'm like, there might be more people around here that want a job.
That's great stats for a bank.
More people coming there, buying houses, needing loans.
And if they're looking to expand, that means they're not struggling. So employment is good. And then also you're getting in, when I say ground level, you're getting on the ground level of their expansion.
Yep.
So your movement, just based on seniority, will be upwards.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
and just naturally, a small company like that, from a mindset and happiness standpoint, is naturally going to be better. Just corporations are so, I don't say watered down, but they're so bureaucratic and robotic. It just wears a person down, like what you're experiencing.
And I mean, the biggest reason I want to leave is that I can do pretty much anything, and Huntington lets me do a little bit of it all, but they do not recognize the fact that 9 out of 10 people on my team can't do stuff that I do, but I can do everything they can do. And then this job being more like organizational development, like succession planning, coaching, I can learn how to do that. But the older ladies that I work with at Huntington, they ain't learning shit. They don't even know how to use Microsoft Outlook. Like, how do I attach something to an email? I'm like, well, you stick your finger in that light socket over there, and then let's put this hand in a cup of water, and then you push this button. But it's just ridiculous, and feeling abused, disgusted.
Yeah.
Having meetings for people to tell me what they discussed in a different meeting when I should have been in that meeting. And I'm like, I don't get it. And then somebody has to try to backwardsly tell me, well, the new guy doesn't really like you because you don't do what he tells you. You tell him what you think we should be doing. I'm like, am I supposed to just be a little, fucking puppy dog, roll over, let him pet my belly? I'm like, but that's the problem, is he's not petting my belly. He's smacking me in the face and telling me to go away. I'm like, and so now this dog's pissing on his shit.
Which, I mean, shouldn't that make sense to people?
They don't get it. And I'm like, so passive aggressive now. Like, we have these instant messengers at work. Like, you log on, people can message you and be like, Greg, I got a question.
Bro.
But they ask me stuff, or no, you can put little statuses, almost like Facebook or Twitter. And I always put these quotes from renowned leaders that says stuff that leadership is not a decision, it is a collection of behaviors, or just things to let them know that just because you have the title and you think you're the boss, you have not won the people over. And the fact that he makes no connection to empathize and understand the unique different skills and strengths that we have. I'm like, oh, don't forget that you also didn't give me a bonus this year. Well, I know some of these motherfuckers got a bonus, and they are almost worthless.
Yep.
So on the way home today, I was kind of thinking about what is going to be my speech. What am I going to say to them when I give them my 2 weeks notice? And then what do I say if they ask me, Craig, what can we do to keep you? I'm going to say, well, you can give me that bonus that you fucked me over.
Yeah.
You can give me the profit sharing that you fucked me over. You can give me a new computer since I've worked here for 7.5 years and I'm still using the same one.
Yeah, that reminds me of a clip I watched today. There's this lady from California who got elected to the House of Representatives. Her name's like J.B. Porter. Have you seen her on clips of her?
I don't think so.
Like she'll bring people in. I think she's like a consumer advocate lawyer, and she got elected to the House of Representatives. And so like they talk about how like they'll bring some financial person in, they're going to interview for the House, and they'll talk about how the lobbyist has prepared the CEO for her questioning, and then they're just like stunned. So yesterday or 2 days ago, J.P. Morgan's, or no, Chase, his CEO was interviewed, Chase Bank, and so she goes, I don't know what you're expecting. And she's like, so, sir, I logged into Monster.com and I see that lowest entry-level job pays $16.50 an hour in Irvine, California. So I take $16.50 and times it by $40, 40 hours a week, and this and that, and it comes out to this and this. And these people make this, they pay this for child support. So now she's negative $567 in the hole. So how do you respond to that? And he's like, well, I sympathize with that. She's like, no, how do you respond to that? What do you do about that? Well, she's like, no, what are you going to do about it? And he goes like, I'll have to think about it. She's like, I appreciate you think about it, but what are you going to do about it? Hoping to say like, oh, I'll raise their salary, or I can give some of my $31 million a year for this, and I'll do something for you. So you saying that makes me think of that. I'll send you a link to it. It's pretty good. She's really good. She's not rude or anything, and she just like gives the stats, and they're like, fuck these people, and like, people don't know how to prepare for this lady because she brings something new to the table, and it just makes you think about banks. You know, probably the guy that runs your bank is making millions upon millions of dollars a year, and then there's you. They shortchange you $1,000 a year out of $1 million of salary. You know,
the CEO makes $8 million.
Yeah.
His bonus this year was 100% of his salary. The one year I got a bonus, it was 0.8% of my salary.
Jesus. That's a good clip. Working in a bank, you probably appreciate this. You know, I hate Trump. We talked about that last week, but I'm not on either side of the party. I don't affiliate with the party, but
I'm hoping
like
Bob Wield. I'm hoping he primaries Trump so we can get back to actual fiscal conservative, Republican, more libertarian style.
Yeah. You know, I thought last week, just thinking in general terms of Canada, so Beto is the guy that's challenging. That the mayor of Fort Wayne seems to be doing really, really well.
Buttigieg?
Yeah. I don't know how he'd do because he's gay. I was thinking for a person more middle of the road, but his policies are like somewhat Republican, middle of the road, and Democrat. He's well balanced. He's logical. He's kind of winning me over.
Yeah.
I just don't know how he'd do against Trump in a general election. Do you see where Illinois, the Senate, voted that if Trump doesn't turn over his tax returns, he's not going to be on the Illinois ballot?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see America have a civil war eventually. Or maybe not a civil war, but, you know, the West Coast and the Heartland are probably going to part ways eventually.
Yeah.
And they should.
Well, I appreciate your desire to be helpful, but what I'd like you to do is provide a way for families to...
I think this is it.
June 24, 2,420.
My shows is the... Okay, yes. This is really good. I think... This lady's really... I've watched her before, and I'm like, man, she's really good. I think she's like a consumer tax advocate, like support consumers for like payday loans and shit like that. I sent you a link. If you get a text, it's just me. You don't have to watch it right now or anything. Just for laying in your bed or you wake up, you're bored, you can watch it.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I still got to send you that, we were talking about that MLW wrestling.
Yes.
I've completely forgot to watch it.
How good WrestleMania was. I'm like, I forgot that. Remind Greg to send me that link.
Yeah.
I didn't watch WrestleMania. I follow Giant Bomb website and I listen to their Bombcast. Jeff Gerstmann likes WWE, but he fucking hates the WWE. And he's like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but that WrestleMania was pretty good.
Nice.
I'm like, damn it, I forgot to remind Greg to send me that link.
Yeah, I can't stand Vince McMahon. Bullshit that dude does, and his wife. It's just disgusting. Not interested. So Heisey's got 3 hits this season, 3 home runs. 3 hits, 3 home runs, 5 RBIs.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to tell Tracy something. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Stop you, but
I'm trying to get the lineup set here. Should Koji be higher? No. Koji may be batting 8. Let's roll with this lineup. Alright, Cueto's pitched recently. Has Corbin pitched yet? Francisco. Where's his stats for spring? 14 game log. He does not pitch. Come on. Corby. Yo. Corby. Corby. Someday I'm gonna get a fucking desk chair that's not wood. Every time I move, my leg is broken. Alright. Corbin. Let's put you in. Let's go. Did you beat it out? Billy Hamilton is not that good. BP finally gets a hit. There we go. He's still a little salty from the attempted trade that never went through. All right. Joey Votto here. Takes a ball 4.
Alright, sorry about that. I had to go tell Tracy something, so I didn't mean to cut you off. But
it's all good.
Better you cut you off. You started rather than when you got in the middle of it.
Yep. But the Reds going against the Brewers here. Corbin's starting his first spring training game.
Nice.
See what we can get. And Brewers have loaded the bases for us. Mesoraco takes his place on first. Jay Bruce with the bases juiced. 1 out.
Where'd you get? I follow MLB really well.
Wow, pass
still
ball.
With the Mets?
Wasn't he with the Brewers last year during the playoffs?
I don't think so. I'll look at it here in a second. I follow that stuff really well, but I don't know where he's at.
So they
For some reason, I've always been secretive about my baseball following. I guess because NBA free agency is more soap opera. You know, a lot of drama with it. Baseball there's no drama, so I follow it and don't get excited about it. But I probably know more about baseball than I do football or basketball. Basketball's just more fun.
Yeah.
I think I honestly, if I took a polygraph and I said this, I'd probably pass. That I sometimes enjoy the off-season NBA more than the actual season of NBA.
Oh, definitely. Well,
probably with the Warriors. Man, the Bucks right now are really fun to watch.
I say just this time in general. from now until July, I'm all about basketball or NBA.
Yeah.
And then
he's with the Mariners.
Nice.
I use being for the
Mariners
point
are killing.
deal. I love the fact when you search Jay Bruce is still in a Reds hat.
Nice. And the Mariners are tearing it up right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the Reds are tearing it up here in the first 2-0. Chris Heisey.
Good.
Chris Heisey's the man.
He was highly touted.
He was always kind of a good clutch pinch hitter.
Yeah.
Oh, they about picked him off.
So what are they going to do with Senza
They
when
did
he's
pick him off.
healthy?
What's that?
So what are they going to do with Senza when he's healthy?
Good question. I don't know. I mean,
he's kind of getting old.
Yeah, because he played college, right?
Winker, isn't
he played college, so he's 23, 24, yeah. And then
24, so.
Jonathan India supposedly killing it down in minor leagues.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is the Reds are probably going to trade him for some kind of big name player, and it's going to blow up and backfire. The Reds,
that trading him is not, if he doesn't make it out in center field, if you look, he's second baseman by nature, right?
in college, I think he played second or short.
So that takes away Scooter.
I don't think they're going to extend him. I think that's what's going to happen with Scooter.
You think they will? You think they will extend him?
I don't. I think Senzel or Jonathan India is the heir apparent.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like it at all.
And they're not really giving Peraza a good, steady, chance day in, day out.
I like both those guys, but I'd rather see Scooter stay than Peraza.
I thought they were going to move Peraza to center field because he played there before.
Man, I hope they extend Scooter. This is why I hate pro sports. And it comes from a card collecting perspective as well. I just like collecting Scooter stuff because I like Scooter. When I collect NBA stuff, that's fine because I collect Hoosiers. I mean, it doesn't fucking matter what team's on, so I can collect them. I would feel weird collecting Scooter when he goes somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. I'm playing against Schooner right now.
Aside from take that out of the equation. I mean, that doesn't really matter. That's a personal thing. But I like him on the team. I think he's good for the team. I like the fire that he has. When Marty, you're talking about they don't have a sense of urgency, that's the guy I think of that brings a sense of urgency.
Yep.
That would bother me. Are you a Scooter fan?
I like him. Yeah, I mean, with his past, and I mean, I'm playing against him in Milwaukee right now. I just keep wondering when's the cloud gonna burst, though. I mean, because he got released, he was batting lower, he's batting 7th in the lineup right now. I just wonder, is he gonna fall off? I guess I like him, but I keep wondering, is this for real? But I mean, he's been doing it for a year and a half now, 2 years. I think
it just changes it. Christian Yelich. I mean,
yeah.
When's his bubble gonna burst? It's changed scenery for him.
Christian Yelich is insane.
I just think change scenery and you just hit your stride. Scooter's a little bit older. Was he 29? That's sad. I mean, he's 8 years younger.
He was born in 1990.
He's old.
He'll be 29 in
okay.
17, 18 days.
See, my studying backs of baseball cards, being an old school collector, has paid off. I don't collect those jersey cards. I don't collect those autograph. I collect the old school baseball cards, and I read the backs of the cards. That's how these idiots' birth dates.
Nice.
Stalker-esque, I guess.
You just got a good memory.
Yeah.
Patrick Corbin, his first at bat here.
I don't want to see Scooter go, man. I really do hope they sign.
Oh, Patrick
Like
Corbin.
that, probably of all the things, that would really, really bum me out. And in my mind, I don't think they will resign. Like you said, I'm kind of with you. Man, that is just gonna. I'll be really, really bummed out by that. I was really bummed out when Cueto got traded, and I understood that as well.
That was
I understand
pure
the business
money.
of it, but
Yeah.
you kind of get attached to him, and you kind of like him. And I really love watching Cueto pitch. You know, I really, really love watching him pitch. And that just bummed me out. And I think I'll probably have the same feeling. I'll get over it. I'll forever be a Reds fan. But
would you rather see Scooter play out this season and not get extended, or see him traded away?
I say play out the season because there's a hope that he would get extended.
Yeah.
Based on he plays halfway decent. He's a Cincinnati boy. I think that's part of it. You know, the Reds have a tradition of Cincinnati boys.
I'm with you that I don't think Senzel. I mean, he's a good on base and contact hitter, but at some point we need somebody like who's actually going to knock some balls out of the park, and that's not really. I mean, Puig and Matt Kemp are our attempts to get that, but we need to draft somebody who is a masher, somebody who is like born to fucking crush home runs. And in that ballpark, I mean, we should be basically creating power hitters that everybody else wants to buy from us. Kind of like Moneyball, where the A's groomed all those closers, traded them for prospects. I would love to see the Reds try to use their ability to inflate numbers to get Kemp or Puig out of there.
Yeah, that's why I said Puig is a prime candidate for that.
Mm-hmm.
He's still young. You know, he's in Cincinnati proved himself. He's in a park that inflate his numbers.
Yeah.
Get some people for that, but yeah. I understand pro sports. I understand it's a business. I'm not gonna hate the Reds if they don't keep Scooter, but you know there is a sense of attachment when you watch 162 games of a team, probably more so than Indiana basketball.
You eat dinner with them every night.
That a sense of attachment forever maintains, because even when they go pro, they're forever an Indiana Hoosier.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball it's different. When they leave, like I'll take it back to card collecting. I love Eric Davis. I don't give a shit about his Dodger cards.
Those Oriole cards.
They're not Reds cards. I want Reds cards. And what does that matter? That doesn't affect how much I value Eric Davis and how much nostalgia I have for Eric Davis. But when it comes to buying things that are Eric Davis, I don't want a Dodger card of Eric Davis.
Yep.
So, again, that is like so mundane to the real world of collecting penny, 10-cent cards, whatever I buy Eric Davis cards for. But like I said last week, his goddamn Reds autographs sell for crazy. I'm telling you, the Reds are a small market team, but their goddamn collector universe is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely fucking insane. I question sometimes collecting Reds cards, but I'm like, I don't collect autographs, so who cares? I just want the cool base card so I can read the stats. I'm that guy, so I don't care. Another thing I could care about the value of is buying somebody like Yelich, buying 15 cards that'll sell for $50, and then I can buy more cheap ass Reds cards. So, but that's a small complaint. I don't want to see Scooter stay a Red. If he doesn't, I understand. But I think he's gonna be turned 29. He's a second baseman, shortstop, middle infielder. He can have another good 6 years in him. Senzel, I'm not sold on. I don't know.
Well, these Reds, the make-believe Reds here, got to win finally. Votto walked twice. There's still nobody hitting for any kind of success. Cozart went 2 for 3.
I've decided to listen to the Reds games. This is kind of random, but we're talking about Reds. And this kind of goes back to my, kind of related to what I was saying, but when I get my principal's job and I go buy a new car, I'm going to Joe Morgan Honda to buy a Honda.
Hell yeah.
But I will say that with like Joe Morgan and George Foster, you know, they weren't Reds in their rookie years. I have their rookies, even though they're not Reds, because I viewed them as Reds. But that's a totally different dynamic than say Eric Davis did win a World Series. That's a totally different dynamic than say Scooter when he leaves the Reds. Joe Morgan is a Red, even if he went to the Phillies. Was a Foster was a Giant before he was a Red. What was Morgan? He was an Athletic.
I'm not sure.
But I buy the rookie cars because they're diehard Reds. You know, they come at the Reds Hall of Fame. They come back to Reds. So they're kind of the graduate transfers of the college basketball market. You know. I guess I like in pro sports, what determines like when a person say was with the Reds for 5 years, what makes me say that they're a Red or they're not a Red? Is it a World Series? Is it that they come back and do something else for the Reds, or they say to themselves that they're Reds? And the Reds, and we talked about this last weekend as well, as a common theme. The Reds seem to have a lot of people that maybe only played for a year or two, but they're dedicated to the city. You know, they still do things for the city. They still come back to the ballpark. So at what point as a fan do I make the determination that, you know, your career had 4 or 5 teams, but you're a Red to me? How do I make that decision? I don't know. Joe Morgan and George Foster probably easier because I wasn't born when they were Reds and they're in the canon of Reds lore. And that's probably what makes them, to me, as Reds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, some players here who are trying to become Reds. The Padres have replied to our trade.
Yeah.
And they say, I cannot agree, but it's close to being all right if you'd add any of the following players. So let me know if any of these sound like prime candidates. 19-year-old shortstop Corey Thompson. No clue who that is. I'm gonna go ahead and rule out Robert Stevenson, but then they want possibly 21-year-old catcher Garrett Boulware, 21-year-old Ronald Bueno, third baseman, 21-year-old right-handed pitcher Ben Lively. We'll say no to that one. 22-year-old catcher Joe Hudson, 20-year-old third baseman Taylor Sparks, 22-year-old Juan Perez, shortstop, or 29-year-old methed up face right-handed pitcher Sam LaCour.
I remember him.
He's on this Reds broadcast and his face looks so fucked up. I'm like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
Get off the drugs. But I mean, he's probably not on drugs. I'm thinking Ronald Bueno. He's got potential to have 60 discipline at the plate. It's not too bad. Juan Perez
Here's
is
another
22.
one of thinking about people that I consider a Red that wasn't always a Red. Sean Casey.
Mm-hmm.
I view him as a Red. He views himself as a Red. And like playing for other teams was just collecting a paycheck, but he's a Red. Maybe that's why I adore Barry Larkin so much, because he was a Red for life. I don't know. I think I'm talking about this a lot because I thought about it a lot. Like Ken Griffey Jr. is probably one of my all-time favorite baseball players. I don't view him as a Red. I love that he was a Red. I'm sad that he was a Red, and that didn't use steroids, it was natural. That, but he's not a red. It's an interesting question. I need to ponder for myself. And probably a lot of that for me is that I look at it as a card collector. I'm sure that's part of it. So sometimes I wish I wasn't. I didn't look at it through a card collector's lens.
I can't believe they're trying to get me to throw in all these players. They're already getting.
That's a lot of players.
Well, any one of those.
Oh, any one of those.
They're already getting Jeff Francis, 25-year-old Donald Lutz, who's not terrible, but the writing's on the wall. He's not going to become anything good. Alex Greer, I don't even know who he is. He's not any good. And now I'm looking at it, and Josh Van Meter is not in the prospect package that they're going to send me. So
I'm just now thinking of this. I'm wishing, it seems like, when you watch baseball, it always seems like there's an X-Red on every team. Remember how the Reds took Josh Hamilton in for his official rookie year? And then they didn't think he was going to be good, and they traded him?
Yep.
What do you think would happen if they kept him? When he was hitting 340 home runs a year.
That was the outfielder that we needed to be World Series champs.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, that one always will haunt me. But he did end up collapsing and deconstructing again.
Yeah. But yeah, he had, 5 or 6 good years?
Yeah, and he didn't deconstruct until injuries.
Yeah.
It was like, well, I can't play games, so now all my demons are starting to come back. I can't believe they want Robert Stevenson. Are they fucking crazy?
I try not to talk about cards too much, but that's something I think about a lot. I remember when he came out, his 99 Bowman cards, like a base card was like 40 or 50 bucks. Like crazy, insane amounts. That was 99. And he just disappeared from the face of the earth. And the Reds signed him out of nowhere.
Or did they Rule 5 him? Did they do a Rule 5 draft from the Tampa Bay?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And then, he was clean and his raw talent came through, and he was unbelievable. And then I think probably, and I don't doubt him because I think I felt the same way when they got rid of him. I was like, that's a 1-year thing. Who says he's not gonna, go back doing the same things? And then he had 5 or 6 hellacious years of baseball. Makes you think if that guy stayed clean from 99 all the way through.
Yeah.
He's another Mike Trout.
Who is this guy? Trevor Gott. I don't think they're going to
I think
do Trevor.
that's a great thing that I love about baseball. It's the history of it and how you compare people. Because baseball stays so same for the most part. And somebody could be the next Mickey Mantle. Somebody could be the next Babe Ruth. Somebody could be the next Willie Mays. And that's so great. And I love basketball to death, but those comparisons you can't do that. The history of baseball is so rich and so great. It continues kind of in a linear path with a few outliers of things that change. But it's so cool that it is a sport that just remains. And you can do that. I think that's what I love about it. And I'm kind of getting those talking points from watching Camp Hunter's baseball this winter. And some of those points were made in 1994.
Yeah. And
they're so very relevant in 2019. I don't think they've changed at all in 2019. As I texted you, I was watching 1975 World Series, or 76 World Series. It's like, there's not much of anything that changed, other than the pitchers move a little bit quicker, and you have some shifts, but, the manner, I was like, as a person, I love to study history. They're just, weird points of history. So, case in point, on YouTube, I'll go in, one of my main things I watch on YouTube is watching sped up 1920s videos to like modern speed
Mm-hmm.
and in color, and you look at people and like seeing them move the same way we move, and that probably sounds really weird. When you watch Johnny Bench play catcher, it looks like a catcher in 2019. When you watch Joe Morgan bat, he looks like a batter in 2019. If I go watch the 76 championship game for Indiana, there is not much that is the same in the 2019 championship game in college basketball. There's so much continuity in baseball, and I think that makes it probably the greatest sport. I don't know if it's my favorite sport. Probably is. Probably isn't. I don't know. But I appreciate that so much about the sport of baseball. All right, my tangent's over. I'm sorry.
This is definitely my favorite to play. I wish I could play it.
It's my favorite to play. Like what I was the best at was golf. And I don't think I ever liked golf. I was just good at it. And I think I just played it because I was good at it. Because now I look at it as an adult, I don't like it at all. I don't like watching it. I don't like playing it. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't know why that is. But baseball is that enduring love that I have without anything prior to attachment to it. Basketball, I think I have too much prior attachment to it that makes me think I can't give it up. But I still love it. I still love watching it. I still love following it. Baseball, I think, is mine and mine only within the realm of my family and me. And maybe that's why I appreciate it. I feel like I'm writing a novel or reading a novel to you.
Well, I'm just staring at these numbers, trying to figure out which motherfucker do I want to get rid of. And I think I've settled on Corey Thompson.
Okay.
He is never going to hit. He's good at stealing bases, but he's not that fast. And that doesn't really fit with us in any shape, form, but they're going to end up taking 5 players from me.
For who?
I'm going to get Zach Eflin and Franmil Reyes, who is 19 and 16 years old.
I like Eflin.
So this is very much for the future.
I said last week that I love watching Aaron Ola pitch. Have you seen what he's done the past 2 starts? I think you put the weight me on that, dude. Oh my God.
You said Aaron Nola?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him pitch
for the Phillies. I just watched Eflin pitch the other day. I'll tell you, man, for $110 a year, MLB TV, I think it's beyond its value. So when you think MLB teams play 162 games a year, and you're paying $110 to watch 20 games a day from March to October, when the NBA package of an 82-game schedule is like close to 400, like the value is that insane. It doesn't hurt that as a college student I get it for like $50, but
nice.
I'd still pay $110 for it. And you get the radio broadcast. And when you log into it and you go pick it, so like when I go to watch the Reds and they're playing the Marlins, if I go to watch it, I can pick the Ohio broadcast or I can pick the Miami broadcast.
Nice.
And when I go listen to it, I can pick the Ohio broadcast or the Miami broadcast. It's really, really good.
I tried to get 50 grand on top of this deal. Shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I removed
and a
the
little
wrong
factoid,
dude.
this relates to wrestling. Matt Mobley told me this. He said the MLB streaming package is so good. That's what the WWE's network is built on, is the MLB streaming network.
I believe that. Yeah. The only thing I hate about the WWE network is that, like, I don't think MLB really is made for binge watching. But if I go into a WWE vault and I want to watch all the Mid-South wrestling, which I do, you can't stop or pause and see what date or what the episode title is called.
Oh yeah, I can see that because MLB is all about live broadcasting.
Yeah.
And so, and you can archive. Like I can go back and watch opening day game of the Reds, but other than that, it's not that good. You he's the one that told me that. But for the price of what they offer, it's an incredible package. Incredible package. I wish you could share it with people, but I can't. Because if I share it, because I watch it all the time, if somebody else kicks me out or kicks them out.
Yep. Well, that's WWE doesn't do that, unfortunately. Well, luckily, because I borrow.
Which reminds me, you brought up Coltrane, and I will interrupt you. There's a really good Coltrane documentary on HBO. You can log in as me and watch it if you want to.
All right.
You can just use my login to watch HBO.
Yeah, my
same login for everything if you want to use it.
All right. Yeah.
And that login works for any channel that supports DirecTV now, and that doesn't kick me out of anything if you want to use it. So.
Heck yeah. I borrow my buddy's WWE network because I ain't fucking paying for that. And he was in Jamaica, and he's like, "Hey man, go ahead and watch WrestleMania if you want." I'm like, "Nah."
Yeah.
And he's like, "It's the first year I haven't been able to watch it live since I was a little kid or something." And I'm like, "Yeah, not missing much." He's really into the WWE, and I'm like, even when I was growing up, I was WCW. I like to watch Ric Flair and that shit. I didn't care about
Hulk Hogan. I was never a big wrestling fan, other than when Lori would babysit me as a kid, and she was in the wrestling, and we watched the morning cartoons.
Yeah.
And that kind of morphed into I watched wrestling, but I don't follow it. I follow basketball, baseball, and music, and I watched The Curse of Oak Island religiously. That's about it. I'm obsessed with The Curse of Oak Island. I don't think they're ever gonna fucking find anything. Those brothers spend millions of dollars. But do you watch that?
I've seen some episodes where they're trying to find like the Viking treasure, right? Up in Canada. Knights Templar, yep. Up in like.
You can log in my channel and try to watch it.
We have submitted our offer, counter offer. I gave them the player they asked for, and then I asked them to send me $20,000 in cash. $20,000 in pro baseball is insignificant. The only reason I wanted it is because it would bump my budget up to an even 2.2 million instead of this scraggly in the middle number.
Reduce beer prices for a week.
And that's one thing I haven't fucked with too much on here. I just set the ticket prices the same as they were.
Yeah.
Like inflation hasn't really gone up, so why should it?
I went to the Clayton Kershaw did a rehab assignment for the Drillers on Wednesday.
Nice.
And I went to it. You know what a goddamn minor league baseball park was charged for a 16-ounce Bud Light?
Oh, $7. $8. Jesus. Clippers games here, they sell, we've got craft beer and all that shit. You can pay a lot.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they do that here. They have a bar. I was like, I'm not going to go to the bar. It's going to be $16. I'll get a $5 Bud Light.
Yeah.
And that was $8.
They sell Miller High Life.
We went the other night. We went to opening night as well. And that was Thursday, so it was $2 beers.
Nice.
You have to go to a special like stand for that. So I didn't even pay attention to regular prices. So then I went by myself to watch Kershaw pitch. And then I was like, I need a beer. It's not a special night. I'll pay $5 for a Bud Light. Terrible, watered down. Now it was $8. I'm like, do you have a water? I was like, yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, they got, actually, I was looking at the thing, that reminds me, is that our stadiums, our minor league stadiums were, I don't remember which was the head of the other, but we were 5 and 6 on the top minor league stadiums. We were like side by side.
Nice.
Huntington Park and one Oak over side by side, so.
5 years. 5 years we'll have a Richwood Bank Park somewhere.
There you go. I like it. gonna take my gaming to kid friendly and play some Mario Kart.
Nice. We are about to play. What is this? Spring training game number 7. This will be Cueto's second pitching outing. For some reason, the AI is not unloading the benches with the minor league guys, and so something's not good.
We may have talked about this. I was not drunk last time we talked. I don't know how I remember it. Did I talk about how I'm pissed off with Google Music? Did that ever become a topic? Well, Google Music and YouTube Music suck anymore. So I was paying $7.99 for Hulu, and as being a college student, for $5 a month, I get Spotify, Hulu, and Showtime. So I'm like, well, that'd be dumb not to do that. So I've been using Spotify, but now Google Music is canceling indie music uploads.
What?
You don't have a record label, they're canceling uploads.
That'd be the end for me.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Not because of the way it operates, it's because of what it's lacking. It doesn't have any of the new Parquet Courts albums. It only has 3 Pavement albums. I'm like, I can't use this. So I've been using Spotify. And I've made a playlist I call it Left to Center because I always listen to Left to Center on Sirius XM. And so it's all old, it's like 2000 to 2006 songs. And so I'm listening to. I was gonna share it with you, but I'm like, well, shit, he doesn't use Spotify. But I think you're gonna soon be using Spotify because Google Music is gonna be ineffective in about 2 months, and then YouTube Music is probably not gonna have all the music. It's terrible, absolutely terrible. The library is. It depresses me because I don't like Spotify, but Google Music's terrible now. Terrible state of affairs of music, and I refuse to use Apple Music.
Well, I guess I'm gonna let Cueto pitch. I get into this rut where I just want to win the games, and if they're gonna use all their starters, then I guess I need to use all my starters. And even though I got Drew Cisco here, I kind of want to pitch him. See what these dudes got. Corbin pitched well last game, so feeling good about the starting rotation. Latos does not pitch well at all.
Latos had 2 really good years.
Then we traded him, and he was terrible. Traded him to the Dodgers, right? Then he went to the Marlins. I think he went back to the Padres.
I think so, yeah.
I think he went back to the Padres even. Was garbage everywhere. I'm not sure, should I try to let Cingrani get a start? No.
Sure, it's spring training, dude.
I want to win. Who wins? I'm playing the Pirates. Fuck the Pirates.
Well, you gotta find out who's good so you win for real.
It's true. Alfredo Simon had been amazing.
He wasn't bad.
And this was the year that the Reds turned him around to Detroit and got Suarez.
You were talking the other day about the Reds pitching coach. Didn't they take him on the Brewers?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Okay. He used to coach Sonny Gray in Vanderbilt.
Okay. Yeah, I remember reading that now. And Casale went to Vanderbilt. They were teammates, right? Okay. Well, you can sign him up his pay if it's the way this pitching's going all year. You make sure he doesn't take the manager's job.
Oh yeah.
Fucking fire Bell. Keep him.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Maybe I'll take Tim Wolf approach. Hits are gonna happen. You have it like Otto, Suarez, Gennett, like that. The hits are gonna happen. But pitching more mechanics than hitting, even though hitting is mechanics. Am I wrong in that?
I think hitting's rhythm. I mean, it's
Yeah.
and it's also kind of like, what have you done lately? Because pitchers will start to notice your trends. But yeah, I mean, if you got good mechanics with pitching, it seems like consistency is easier to get.
Yeah. Just Monty Grandal hitting home runs, takes the lead over the Dodgers.
Fucking Brewers are tough. I kind of want to pitch Stevenson.
It does. I would eat one. Did you eat some pizza? No. For your phone, did you watch that video? Okay. Yeah. You find out what tickets cost for Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City show would surely babysit.
They're not super back-based. They can be back as against such a bad, but they do corrections corners like you should. And they start up just with some podcasts in their park. They fucking kids travel. They've got podcasts coming up in where I'm at, which I think is late 2017. No, in the early 2018 is where I'm at right now. They have scheduled shows. They just did Australia and scheduled shows like Scotland.
So yeah, they're big time.
Yeah.
You should look it up though.
They're slowing down now.
For the girls' pizza, I just got all bacon. That's why I thought we always got. But when I ate those two pieces, because I thought the whole pizza was bacon, but it wasn't. So but we did. They picked the pieces of bacon off. But they were good, not bad. Don't get me wrong, but they weren't hungry. It was just she was sick. It didn't feel good. One's birthday party. It's gonna rain. I have some papers to write tomorrow and Sunday, but
It says Billy Hamilton could play second base. Do they mean shortstop?
either one of those. I think he was a good. He wasn't a bad outfielder. Started having two conversations once. She's looking at me weird. She's like, "What are you talking about?"
I thought he was a shortstop though before he moved out to outfield.
He might have been. With the Dragons.
Yeah, even when he came up with the Reds at first.
He might have been.
This game says he's a second baseman though.
If it does rain Saturday, the two machines will be up by 2 o'clock. We'll be meeting a party, food party to be event in Tulsa. Everyone goes to.
Keep me posted. You may be going with us.
Just texting mine. Really? Go get trained before we deliver. I can train before 20. At least a few.
Well, seriously, you should go check out the Bomb Boutique. I'm serious.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay.
Right now I want to work with what I got.
Yeah.
I don't want to get in another area.
Dispensaries. There's.
Well, no, the Long Boutique is more of a place that sells that shit. So they probably have better ones.
No, I'm just saying. I feel like going down 11, like from Sheridan and Yale, there's like 5. The Gucci flip flops, write that on one and sell it on Peoria. Oh yeah, I know. In Columbus, Greg, since they have medicinal marijuana, is there like a shit ton of dispensaries everywhere?
One.
One?
That's it.
Oh my God, Greg, there's like in our block, there's like 7.
Dude, I'm telling you, Ohio, They just passed that heartbeat ban for abortions. All the towns and communities around here have passed community bans keeping the dispensaries out. There's one dispensary in Columbus. There's one up near Cleveland. That's it.
Basically, what we have here is legal marijuana. I mean, you just go, you just say, like, you don't even have to go to, there's no restricted ban, but you just go to a doctor, pay your $100, you get your exam, and they give you a license. That's all it is. It's nuts. And good. So there's dispensaries everywhere. We got just like, so in our neighborhood, you know, the main street that runs, there's like 3 just by our house.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure, yeah, a lot of them are out of business. Greg said there's only one in Columbus. That is nuts. No, Greg just saying that they've gone very conservative. They just passed the most conservative abortion bill in the United States. Oh, yeah.
It's scary around here, man.
But it's weird that Oklahoma's like very liberal on their medical marijuana. I thought I should just go get mine before it changes. I don't have to claim anything. I just go and pay the $100 and I'll have my license. You basically, you're paying $100 to get recreational marijuana, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you can grow it. Can you grow it in Ohio?
No.
Yeah, you can grow it. If it's on your property, you can grow it in Oklahoma.
I mean, it's recreational is legal up in Michigan. So it's definitely, like, it's flowing down here.
Yeah.
My old buddy.
Is that why Ohio's more strict?
I think so, because they continue to, the thing that Ohio's doing is essentially making it impossible to pass a drug test if they think you are driving under the influence.
Oh, really?
So if your eyes are red, oh, let's do a chemical test on you. Well, that chemical test is just like for a job. Weed stays in your system for 30 days. It doesn't mean I was high while I was driving.
Oh, so employers are not accepting it?
No.
Oh.
And then they're prosecuting all these OVI cases.
Really? I got an email from school, and the principal said, we're having an emergency staff meeting. Everybody be there. You know what the emergency staff meeting was? The meeting was like, staff, you are now allowed to smoke marijuana. There's no consequence. That's nuts.
That's a good day. That's a good day at work.
It's weird. No, I've always viewed Tulsa as a liberal city, because Tulsa is a liberal city. Like, we were just, like, voted in, like, some liberal, well, I talked about this last week, and one of the most livable cities in America, and the headline was the most underground cool city in America, and I've said that for years. And you've been here, you've seen how, like, cool, and it's a very open, very liberal city, but we also have to abide by state laws. But like the marijuana law here is like I said, it's recreational. There's some dispensary, you just walk into a dispensary, in air quotes, a doctor will say, okay, you qualify, fills out a form, you take your own picture, you send it to the state, and then 2 weeks they send you your license. That's all it is.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So.
And it blows my mind, like, you all weren't even being able to buy high octane beer 5 years ago.
We can now.
Yeah. You guys are fucking making all the right changes.
Last October, yeah.
Making all the right changes.
Paying $10,000 for people to move here, and they said it's almost to the point where they can't pay the $10,000 now. So many people moved here for it. I'm like, that's cool. Okay. So people it's like it's Oklahoma. It's not that cool. But when you come to Tulsa as a junior, my uncle always said, he's like, it's like when you go to Texas. There's Austin, and then there's Texas. It's like I've sat Tyler before you even moved there. There's Tulsa and there's Oklahoma. Like, I agree with that. I'm like, I wouldn't live here if I didn't like it, if I didn't think it was a cool city.
Yep.
I think Kane's Ballroom is one of the cool places. It's one of the coolest places I ever go.
Mm-hmm.
I retweeted this. Jack White of the Black Stripes now lives in Tulsa because he loves Kane's Ballroom so much.
Nice.
Yeah, he has a house like about a mile and a half from our house. He just lives here now. So, I mean, I think it's a cool city. Is it the best city in the world? No. Does it need improvements? No. But it's fucking cheap as hell, and it's pretty goddamn cool. And now we get full beer. Like my IPAs I'm drinking, I bought at a gas station today for $7.99 or whatever.
Oh yeah. Cueto is getting fucked up.
Still spring training?
Yep. Cueto's struggling here with the Pirates. This is probably one of the best Pirates teams when they had Russell Martin, Pedro Alvarez. Yeah, McCutcheon's in his prime.
McCutcheon's a hell of a baseball player for 2 years.
Garrett Cole was just starting to arrive.
Did they ever make the playoffs? I don't think they did they?
2013 was the year they beat the Reds in the one-game playoff. And that's what got Dusty Baker fired.
I remember he pissed off the Twitter account just because they were saying they beat the Reds. They're like, fuck you. Fuck you. I don't like you. That's probably why I get pissed off watching Chris Archer throw that pitch and that Kayla guy do his mannerisms on the mound before the game. That's probably why I hate him.
Well, that was also the year that they broke the playoff drought. And so their crowd was fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, Jay Bruce, do something. This team is fucking terrible. We're in trouble.
Well, Greg, I'm trying to get you a job at Bank of Oklahoma. Get $10,000. Buy a very, very nice house.
I keep telling Jenny. I keep telling her, I'm like, there's no reason for me to be in Ohio. I don't like it here. It's not.
You would fucking dude. Okay, let me tell you the number one selling point in Kane's Ballroom, and I tell people this that live in Tulsa. I'm like, there's no way they do that. There's no way. I'm like, I go there weekly, and they do it. You walk in there, and you can buy a 6-pack of beer in the plastic sleeves that strangle ducks in the ocean. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
For $12, you buy a 12-pack of PBR for $12, and you just like sling it on your shoulder and carry it around. And then they play, and there's great shows there. I don't want to leave Kane's Ballroom I don't want to leave Tulsa because of Kane's Ballroom. I think this, I've said it forever, I think this is America's either, however you look at secrets, it's the best kept or worst kept secret. It's a very liberal city, it's very opening, it's very artsy, very art deco. Unbelievable for art. Like the downtown scene. Now, 10 years ago, it was not that. I thought it was like, why am I living here? It has changed so much. I think it's such a fucking cool city. Yeah. We haven't left yet. I don't think we will leave.
I keep telling Jenny I'm ready, and we're basically
Bank of Oklahoma is based here, and they run Bank of Arizona and Bank of Texas. And they're one of the best employers in America. Because they always said they're run like a small company. And everybody I know who works at Bank of Oklahoma has worked there for like 30 or 40 years and never leaves. They're kind of like the Huntington Bank.
Waiting on my mom to die.
It's run by, and then we got the Gathering Place, which is the best new attraction in America.
Big park.
And then you can go to the card shop with me. You would love the card shop. Even if you don't collect cards. It's just old men in there talking with sports on the TV, and they just talk.
Nice.
It's great. It's great. It's so great.
Our goal right now is possibly move to Michigan, up around Jenny, close to Jenny's family.
Yeah.
And downsize our house, get a cheap house, and with the difference, I'm wanting to buy me an Airstream van that I can live out of. I'm gonna drive that thing and sleep on your street.
I'd do it, dude. That'd be so great.
That's realistic
I tell
goal
you,
in the next 5 or 10 years, hopefully.
one of the things I don't understand is a big house.
Yeah, it's
I
pointless.
really love my $400 a month house payment. I really do.
Our fucking house is gonna kill me this summer. I'm gonna have to paint the whole thing.
We are gonna upgrade, but we owe so little on this house, and when we sell it, our down payment for our next house, say like a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, so an extra bedroom for you to visit.
Nice.
When we put the down payment on that, our house payment's gonna stay the same. So
It's good thinking. Like I
I'm telling
said,
you, man, I live my life financially to survive if I worked at Walmart. I think I'll forever live that way.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
I thought this house that we bought was gonna be an investment because I thought, oh shit, dude, Marysville, housing prices are gonna go crazy. No one wants to fucking live here. Taxes are too high. People are redneck as fuck, and it's just like all sorts of problems. Just like poor city planning.
Yeah.
It's not good. Not going the direction I thought.
This from a fanboy perspective. I really do think you would love living in Tulsa. It's like big city but small city. Like people are so friendly, so nice, but you also have the big city aspects. Like I'm only a 5-minute Uber drive from downtown, but like I live in this little neighborhood. I know everybody, and it's cheap. And I'll just move up 2 blocks, get a bigger house, nicer house, and I'll still know everybody. Everybody's nice to you, and it's a perfect blend of what I want. It's not for everybody. Like my brother Trent, he's a big city guy. I don't think he would like Tulsa because of that, because he wants New York City or LA. It's not for him.
Fuck that. No
But
thanks.
if you kind of want a little bit of DeGrasse, but you want a little bit of Columbus, I think it's perfect for that. And I don't think that's an exaggeration.
Yeah, I'm interested in getting anywhere out of here. We're trying to figure it out.
For Virginia, this would be too far from family.
Yeah.
So she probably wouldn't tolerate that. But
that's where the downsize, move up to Michigan, and then I can use the money to buy that camper is kind of the compromise, because if I want to leave on Friday night, go out to see you and drive home Monday morning, I've got a place I can reasonably do it.
The crazy thing is that if you moved in here to go into banking, because I told Trent this because he works for AEP. AEP is their secondary base is in Tulsa. I'm like, dude, you could make the same amount of money with Tulsa, and your cost of living would be reduced by 33%.
Yeah.
At least. But he's a bigger city. He's a foodie guy, so he wants the. Honestly, I think what he wants is to live in a city where the number says there's a lot of people who lives there, and that's fine. That's what he wants. That's not what I would want, but for you, like you're also working in banking, you could probably. I think you would get probably 33-50% pay increase, and then get the 33% cost of living decrease.
Pretty sure after this Richwood Bank job, if I get it, I'll be able to move into a lot more opportunities and be able to do those kinds of things.
I think that's gonna be great for you. Well, the front of my house is always free for an airstream.
Oh yeah.
Without doubt.
Yeah. I don't know why I don't sleep in my Volkswagen more too. I mean, that's the whole reason I got when I bought that car, I thought I legitimately would probably end up living in it at some point.
I remember you saying that when you bought it, because you just bought it when you came to my parents for Thanksgiving or thereabouts.
Yep. I camped in it a couple times.
Right?
What's that?
I said cash for clunkers, right?
Cash for clunkers, yep. Then they bought it back from me. I put all that money in a CD because the new one I bought gave me 6 years, 0% interest. It's like why put money down on it? And so basically, that money from the CD, I get essentially one car payment paid each year, but that car's got a 10-year warranty on it, so I don't imagine I'll be driving anything else for a long time until I get my Airstream outfitted with a. It's basically a Sprinter van, a Mercedes Sprinter van with a bed in the back and a little
we definitely got room for that in front of our house.
Bathtub or stand-up shower.
We'll take you to America's best new brewery.
Oh yeah.
The guys that started Prairie Arson House, American Solara.
I haven't seen any of their beers around here lately.
Extremely local. They're only doing local stuff. They made their money on Prairie. Now they're Tulsa snobs.
Nice.
So they want to keep Tulsa, so that's what they're doing. It's just kind of cool, so I can say like, I had America's best new beer. Nobody else had it. But other than that, they should go nationwide. I don't like beer snobbery. That annoys me. It's good. It's really good. You know, like Prairie Pond is really, really good, and I think it's better than that. I haven't been to Prairie Brewery since their brew pub since we were there because it smelled like dirty dish rags. And I tell everybody that. I'm like, I don't want to go there. It smells like dirty dish rags.
Yeah.
They're like, really? And then the same people are like, I love Marshall beer. I'm like, nope, it smells like dirty dishwater. There's a connection. There's something going on there. And it all tastes terrible.
Well, we've got bad news with the Reds here.
Oh no.
Jeff Francis, the major centerpiece of that trade, has injured his shoulder. And now he's expected to be out shoulder.
Oh, shoulder.
Tendonitis. It says he's suffered day-to-day injury. So maybe we can still move him. I'm not sure.
You think Sonny's gonna be okay? You think he'll pitch next start?
They might they might give him a day off just because like their schedule right now, like Molly has only started one game, right? They might skip Sonny's rotation.
Starts, buddy. I think he only gave up one run in those 2 starts.
But I could see them skipping his rotation once because like they had tonight off and they had Monday off, so they've got pitchers who are rested up.
Not to talk cards, but it gives you cards give you a good idea of where a player stands in the public eye. I bought a Tyler Malley before his first start, gold refractor, number 50, of his rookie card. That means only picture owner made. I bought it for $4. And after his second start, just the other day with the Marlins, they announced their sales for $25. Now, the card market is so volatile because it's based off of whatever a player does. Like Peter Alonso right now for the Mets, is crushing like 400-foot home runs. So his cards went from like 25 cents to $10. That dude is going to be like a Pete Incaviglia or something, and they'll be like a penny or something in a couple days. But I don't know what the fuck I was going with that. Where was I going with that? What was I talking about? I haven't drank that much beer. What were we talking about where I was going with that?
Jeff Francis got hurt and starting pitchers for Sonny Gray.
Yeah. I don't know what Tyler Malley would do. But I got a good feeling about it. That, the Reds, maybe it's the pitching coach, but the thing you hear about the pitchers is how good their changeup is.
Well, Castillo's
it's
fucking lights out.
Baseball. Marty said the best he's seen since Mario Soto.
And
he's not saying that because Mario Soto's a Red. He's saying that's just the best he's seen. Mario Soto's the best changeup he's seen, and that was like 83, 84. And so we're talking 35 years. And Marty, when Marty says something, and I think Jeff Brett, anyway, when those two say something about a team or a player, they're not bullshitting. There's a lot of people that bull. I read the uniforms, and guy that runs the Indiana Farms was a swimmer for Indiana, so he doesn't know much about basketball. He hired a guy from the Indiana Star, and he's a journalist, and he'll say something about Indiana, and then like 3 years later, he's like, "Oh well, I was only saying that because I went to keep my credentials." But Marty, no, Marty says what he thinks, and so when Marty says something, like you don't take it with a grain of salt, you just take it as it is. And so they're saying things about that team, like Luis Castillo at Prime Point, his changeup. When they say it's one of the best in baseball, I take it as one of the best in baseball.
Yep. I've seen the pitches. Yeah, I mean, you watch him throw that, and people are just fooled. But it's like, I don't know, do they call that a wipeout changeout, where it like cuts to the outside? It cuts away from a left-handed batter. It's fucking insane.
I don't know about that. But here's where I'll call Marty out on that. And maybe Castillo is the best, but to me, the best changeup pitcher ever is Greg Maddux. And really, you haven't heard changeup a lot in terminology of baseball since Greg Maddux. So we could probably be saying Castillo is the best changeup pitcher since Maddux.
As a strikeout pitch, you know what I mean?
It's .92.
Yeah.
Those are Maddux numbers.
We got another trade offer here. The Marlins want to send us a somewhat young, up-and-coming left fielder, Austin Smith, for J.J. Hoover. And assistant GM G.W. Moore says it's not a fair trade. We should ask for more.
Here's the weird thing about this, because video game, we know the names of the red prospects. We know how they turned out, either good or bad. We don't know how they turn out in video game world. And then prospects that you hear, say like the Braves or Mets, the Phillies, we don't know those names. We don't know how they turned out. So
I can look at this guy, Austin Smith, and it looks like he never progressed past A ball. He is according to this, he has not logged any major league statistics in 16, 17, or 18. Maybe not take this trade then. But at the same time, we're in trouble, man. Our offense is fizzled out. Cueto got rocked. Now this trade with the Padres is possibly going to fall through. Because goddamn stupid me, I'm the one that put Jeff Francis in the game. I had to pitch him for 2 innings. Oh yeah, we got to get him some work. Let him show off the goods. Now we blew our deal. That was the deal that was going to change the future of the 2020 Reds. Oh boy.
I'd say about the 2019 Reds. And this is ever since Brian Price got hired, I used to approach Reds baseball and Indiana basketball the same. Like, I couldn't wait for the next game. When there wasn't a game, it was disappointing, and then they just counted down the clock. That's what I'm doing this year, because Brian Price is not there now. I don't have high hope for this year. I don't expect playoffs, but I don't like being nervous about sports, but I also love being nervous about sports. I love the fact that I had the same feeling about Reds baseball as I do for Indiana basketball. That is so welcoming. Other than the fact of being that then when the game comes on, I'm like nervous as hell, and then I hate it. Like I was watching that game for I think Iglesias, and then Winker hit the home run to take the lead on Wednesday night. And I'm like, fuck this, I can't stand this. And then hit the home run, I'm like, oh my god, what's wrong, Dad? What did I do wrong? I'm like, no, the Reds hit a home run. We're in the lead.
Yeah.
So like, it feels good to be back passionate. Not that I wasn't passionate before. I was so passionate that I was disgusted. I didn't want to follow it. And people tell me like, well, if you don't watch, you're not a true fan. I'm like, no, I think I'm beyond the truth standpoint that I'm so true that I just don't want to watch them lose.
Yeah.
Like it makes me
hurts
sick.
too much.
And if I don't watch it, it puts it out of my memory.
I agree.
Because like when Indiana was losing, or when they do lose, I don't watch it because then I don't have to visualize it. That's the same thing with Reds. But now I'm back, man. I'm back. And it feels so good. And I love talking about this outside the park baseball and sharing texts about it, just talking about everything. It just makes you.
And now they're trying to make me put Jeff Francis on the DL. This will probably, almost certainly, put the kibosh on this trade. Trade status. Where is this? Oh, wait, what? Why is okay? Joey Votto's name came up. I'm like, that's not right. He's on the list as an untouchable player.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if I should say that. If somebody wants to offer me an entire
now
new
you get
infield,
to a point that I want to bring up. In real life, you're talking video. I'm talking real life.
but in real life
wasn't
too.
A lifetime Red when you trading.
If somebody were going to give you essentially the cornerstones of a new rotation, which we don't really need now, but if they were going to give us 3 new outfielders, like studs, young, going to be here for like the old Braves when it was going to be Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, and Ryan Klesko for one guy, and they're going to be affordable. Like, because Votto definitely handicaps our ability to build because his contract's so beefy.
Yeah, I look at Votto. He's a lifetime Red, and I love lifetime Red. As I said about Barry Larkin, those are people that are near and dear to my heart. But
he's making $23 million a year for us.
You can just tell he's losing a step. Next year, or in a year or two, he's not going to be very good. He's just losing it. You can see he's going to be. Man, I hate to talk shit about him because I love him so much. He's one of the greatest hitters ever, but you can tell, like when Bowman was talking about him, like running the bases, that he doesn't give a shit. That's the guy not talking baseball. He doesn't know baseball. He's the guy that watches highlights. No, he's a guy, he does give a shit. He's just a fucking weirdo. He does give a shit. But you can tell he's a little bit off, and I think it's age. So if you can get something, he's 34. In some people's minds right now, he's got 3 or 4 years. In my mind, he's got 1 more year. So if you can get something for him, do you do it?
Yeah. And just to put it back in the...
Sentimental fan, I don't do it because he's a lifetime Red. But as a business person, a baseball manager, I think you do it. I've thought about this, and I haven't brought it up because it almost brings me to tears to think about trading Joey Votto because I love Joey Votto so much. I love his weirdness. I think he's a super nice guy.
I'm with you. He doesn't really cause trouble. I mean, the one thing though, put it in context with this game, is just like the Homer Bailey contract. They're not as difficult to deal with on here because he's only signed till 2017.
I think, my point in trading Joey Votto, in my mind, I see he's got 1 more year. But you can fool another team. A team that's got playoff aspirations to think that he's got 4 more years. Yep. You can fool them into thinking that.
And I think if he's a
really
DH,
when you watch him day to day, like we watch him, you can just look at him and see he's got 1 more year. He's got 1 more good year in him, and that's it. So what do you do? As a business, you trade him. As a fan, no, he stays there forever. But for the betterment of the team,
there's only so many teams that can sign him too. He's probably going to be best suited to go DH. Yeah. And so it's probably the Yankees.
Now, when they trade him, I'll cry. I don't want to trade him. I'm talking from business perspective. Fan perspective, he never goes. He stays on the team forever. He's untouchable. But business, baseball, as much as I love Scooter Gennett, like he's not even approachable on the level of Joey Votto.
No, for sure.
He's a Red for life. Even if he's traded, he's a Sean Casey. If he's traded, he's a Red for life. But if you can get something for him right now, do you do it? I think so, from a business baseball perspective.
I'd say if
that's
they
where
could.
I would suck as a GM because I'd be like, oh man, I love Joey. I love Joey. I don't want to see him go. But
Say
I
you'd
think he'd
have
do
to.
it. I've thought about that. Sorry, I keep on cutting you off.
I'm just trying to think of what kind of package it would take, and I say we gotta get a center fielder.
On the Dodgers, who plays first base for the Dodgers? Is that Peterson?
Bellinger, isn't it?
Bellinger plays right field.
Yeah.
I think Jock Peterson's first, or Max Muncy, one of those two.
I think they kind of platoon it.
He'd be a Yankee DH, Red Sox DH.
I think he'd be a Yankee. He reminds me of kind of when they had Teixeira there forever.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I do not want to see him go, but I'm thinking from a business perspective, how do they do it? Well, they have Bellinger and Muncy listed as first base. I thought Bellinger played right field. They have Verdugo listed right field. I mean, look at today. That was yesterday. Listen to today.
I was gonna say Bellinger was playing that one game I watched, but that doesn't mean a lot.
I think Bellinger's so talented. He can play whatever he wants.
Yeah.
He's so goddamn lazy. He's a Matt Wick of baseball. When I watch him, I think of Matt Wick. Now, all the talent. Matt Wick had all the talent for Riverside. Cody Bellinger has all the talent for Major League Baseball. Yeah. Totally different worlds, but they both don't care. They just don't care.
Yeah.
Bellinger cares this year, and that's what, when you care, it's amazing what happens. So in that game, Bellinger played right field and first base. He played right.
He might have did some kind of defensive
so
sub late in the game.
Maybe Bellinger got substituted in right field for the World Series, and I saw him catch one ball, and I'm thinking, he plays right field. Well, okay, speaking of the devil, I got a Cody Bellinger rookie in the mail, and I got it sitting right here on this table I'm sitting at, and, that doesn't help us because it says first base outfield.
Yep.
When I watched him, because he played a ton of games for the Drillers, and I went and watched him, I guess he played both. He played right field and first base, so you could put Votto at first base and put Bellinger outfield. Dodgers is a good National League fit, but then as we're talking American League, would be excellent. He'd be a great DH at his age, but ultimately, I don't want to see him go. I do not want to see him go at all.
Toronto always comes up.
I'm like, just everything in his swing looks like a guy is getting old. So what do you do about that?
Yeah, I'm
Have you thought the same?
I watched him and thought, because he's so much of a professional hitter, like there aren't too many people more cut out for DHing than him.
Yeah.
And as he does start to slow down, defensively is going to be where it starts to really show up. But Toronto, that's always the team that comes up because of his.
That's where he wants to be. Remember, he was making fun of Josh Donaldson. Was that last year, 2 years ago? Yeah, it came out in the press release saying Toronto's where I dreamed to play, and I didn't mean to say that.
Yep.
Well, if you saw me earlier before I talked to you, I got so defensive about Matt Bowman's like, Votto doesn't seem like a guy who doesn't want to play. I don't see that at all in him. And then he was critiquing how he ran the base that one time. I was like, I didn't want to say, well, Matt, you never played baseball. You don't know how it works. Like, I did that. Yeah, I can see how you saw that. But no, I don't see any of that in Joey Votto. I just see a guy getting old. He still cares about baseball. He's just not the Joey Votto of his MVP year. Not that we expect that. But he's 34, going to be 35. He's getting old, and the Reds could get something for him.
Yep.
I can't believe I'm talking about this. It also almost makes you want to cry thinking that I'm talking about it.
Well, the Rockies have made an investment in Tulowitzki on here. This game evidently thinks Tulo is the greatest player on here. He's 5 stars.
I watched him play tons of minor league baseball because before the Drillers were the Dodgers, they were the Rockies when their minor league stadium was right by my house, and I used to go watch Tulowitzki played a ton, so much.
He's going to
So I,
be in Colorado for 5 more years for
where's he at now?
153.
He's in Toronto now, isn't he?
He was with the Yankees.
Oh yeah, I think he did. You're right. He went to Toronto.
He was with Toronto.
He was pissed off about it, right?
Yeah, he was.
So, yeah, he is with the Yankees because they were wondering if he's going to be healthy enough to play.
Yep. So
He's
this.
still with the Yankees.
This game's rewriting history because right at this time, when they've extended him, 2015 is when he went to Toronto until he went to the Yankees in 2018.
Yeah, I remember that now.
But shit, man, I don't know about 5 stars.
No,
And
he's making six years ago in Colorado.
He's making Votto money.
Not anymore.
Yeah. Well, this is back
Oh
when
yeah,
he was
you're in 2013, so sorry. I forget you're not operating. 6 years ago was 2013, so
we're
that
trying.
Works out perfect.
I don't know if I'll ever make it up to the current era with this game, but fucking Jeff Francis is hurt. I have to move him off the DL. I don't want to put him on the DL. Can I just leave him on here as day to day? What the fuck? I'm pretty sure this is going to ruin our chance to move Jeff Francis for actual prospects. It was too good to be true. I should have known. Where is this pending? It doesn't even show me where this pending deal is. Damn it. We're going to try to play the game of San Fran and see if it stops me. A DL move is in your benefit so that you don't carry dead weight on your roster, but it's spring training. We got 60 dudes. Actually, I've only got 57 because I'm waiting for A-Rod to sign. And then once I figure out what our financial situation is, I was going to sign one more outfielder. Buster Posey's a 5-star too. Joey Votto's 4-star. Tell me which one you'd rather have.
Posey or Votto?
Yeah.
Votto. Posey's overrated because we won World Series. They had nothing to do with.
This year, okay, let's look at his stats. 2012, he hit 336. That was, he was pretty good that year. 24 homers, 103 RBIs.
But well, let's put it this way, because I think rookie card market is kind of like fantasy market, how people value players. Joey Votto tops chrome refractor, only books for $10, but it sells for $40 to $50. That tells you how people view Joey Votto. On the baseball card forms I read, Joey Votto is the god of hitters that are not mainstream. Buster Posey rookie, I could buy a Buster Posey chrome refractor for $5-10. So, I mean, you take World Series out of the equation, Buster Posey has no World Series wins. It's a non-discussion.
Yeah.
Buster Posey's in the discussion because he was on the team that won World Series.
It's got to be based on.
World Series because Madison Bumgarner was a fucking freak in the World Series.
He did ungodly stuff. Yeah, this assessment has to be based on 2012 year because he hit 336. His WAR was 7.4. That is 5-star quality. But that was just one season. The year after that, he was really limited. And then if you look at Joey Votto's numbers, well, 2010 he had a 7.2 WAR. 2011 he had a 6.1. And his OPS in these seasons was over 1. I mean 1.0. So like, it's consistency.
Yeah, I should I'll send it to you. You're gonna take out reading it.
Should I edit him? Should I make Joey Votto better? Should I make Buster Posey not as good? I don't like playing God like that, but at the same time,
I take Votto over Posey.
We got to make this accurate, right?
I'll send you the link, but the card form I read, they do. No, they'll do thread guys that are not car related, just team related, and they talk about the Reds. It's funny to read the Reds forum. Like, I can't wait for this year to start. It's like, oh yeah, we won opening day. Oh, we lost. Oh, we lost. Oh, fire David Bell. Oh my God, this is terrible, terrible, terrible. And then like, we won. This is great. Everybody's amazing. It's really funny to read. I'll send it to you. You'll get a kick out of it. Yeah, I think overall, I think Joey Votto was. I think Joey Votto's an underrated baseball player his entire career. Like all the MLB guys like Kirchin and Buster Olney talk about all the stats of Joey Votto, as a hitter. Like the infield pop-up thing. He's never had an infield pop-up in his career. Like no Major League Baseball player's ever had that. Not that that makes you a great baseball player, but
it's insane.
And you add his other stats to that.
We're gonna get Taylor Sparks in the lineup. He came in last game.
I know that name.
He got a hit last game. That's more than Todd Frazier's been doing. So we sat Billy Hamilton last game.
Todd Frazier won the home run derby though.
And he won the Little League World Series. Heisey came back down to earth, even though he's still got 3 hits for the season, and they're all home runs. Mesoraco's kind of chilled. Jay Bruce, I'm not sure. We should maybe terminate that contract extension we offered him because he's having a rough spring.
I can see that being the case.
For that amount of money, that's Tulo money. Tulo was making $13,000 a season or $13 million a season.
In 2013, I'd take Tulowitzki at a good deal. What's it cost? I mean, you already said that, but
well, we can't. It's not a good deal now because Colorado just locked him up. We could trade. We could trade Homer Bailey for him, maybe.
Oh, would you do that in 2013? Well, that's knowing what he. Well, no. I mean, they both tailed off at the same point.
Tulo's at 5 stars. They won't make that.
Magnified because of the pitcher.
Yeah, they won't make that trade though.
If Tulowitzki tailed off like he did as a pitcher, his ERA would probably be about the same. As a third, I guess average, it's kind of constant. Well, baseball's an unfair game in that regard. When you're a pitcher, you're great, but when you're a pitcher, you're bad. But a hitter, you kind of mask it. But then again, if you're terrible, great thing about baseball, you can argue to make every player great and every player terrible. More so than any other sport.
We've got a bunch of terrible ones on this team.
Yeah.
Fucking Cozart. That was one guy that I liked more than he had really earned with, statistics. He had that one crazy season that was like all-star caliber, but like defensively, he wasn't bad, but he wasn't fast. He wasn't a leadoff hitter. He wasn't a power hitter, really. He's just
maybe that's what I was thinking of at the time. But I think his rookie cards are still listed. Again, I mentioned rookie card. I mentioned baseball card because that gives you a view of how they're viewed overall as a player.
Mm-hmm. I gotta get Frazier going, or he's gonna hurt us if he doesn't get into some kind of groove. He's another dude
on the baseball, like overall as a player, would you view like say former Reds Mike Leake or Todd Frazier as a more valuable player?
Oh, Leake for sure.
Yeah. Okay. You're right, because Mike Leake rookies are still listed in Beckett, still have value, and still sell for money.
Is Frazier still playing? He was with the Mets last year, wasn't he?
He was with the Mets, but I think he went to somebody else. I was going to tell you some baseball card values of those people. I was going to tell you the value of a Todd Frazier is with. He's still with the Mets.
Okay.
And when you search Bing, he still wears a Reds hat. I'm going to pull it to Beckett. The old school Beckett. The same Beckett. The Beckett still looks the same as you remember it when you were a kid. There's nothing has changed about a Beckett. I was gonna look up Buster Posey rookie cards.
I want to get Heisey some more swings to maybe. No. Can Jose Siri play left field? Sure can. So we'll get Siri in left. We'll put Behan at the bottom. Because if Billy Hamilton can get shit going, he's going to end up being released. Too many righties down here. Goslin hasn't got a hit all season, so we're going to let him sit.
Here's another one. This is based off a card reference, but not card related. I totally forgot that Jack Morris pitched for the Reds.
What? When was that?
I got a clear all from
92
like
or something?
97?
97?
96? I'll tell you what, I totally forgot about that as well until I got the card.
Damn, Jack
I was
Morris
going to text you about that when I got the card, but then I didn't text it because I forgot.
He had to have been like Charlie Huff's age at that point.
Oh, he had to be so fun. It was old. I was like, dude, he could not have pitched. Like, it's just in a Reds uniform.
That's like, what, 2005 or so, when they were still thinking maybe Jose Rio was going to come out of retirement and pitch.
Okay, this adds to the weirdness of it. When I look at his Wikipedia page, there's nothing listed of the Reds. I have a Reds card of Jack Morris in a Reds uniform.
Would that be maybe a spring training invite?
I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, there it was. It said Jack Cleveland Indians and Cincinnati Reds. Okay. So he joined the Cleveland Indians in '94, was released by the team on August 9th. 3 days before the strike ended, or 3 days before the strike ended by a strike. After the board attempted a comeback with the Cincinnati Reds during spring training in '95, so Morris retired. So I got a card of him in a red, as a red, but it has to be a spring training picture, but he never pitched as a red.
And that was a decent rotation he was trying to get onto.
Yeah. So I looked at that and I was like, am I crazy? I swear to God I have a Jack Morris Reds card. I know I do. And so then I'm like, I'm giving up on this. And then it said Cleveland Indians and Cincinnati Reds. So they took a picture of his spring training uniform. Baseball cards come out before the season starts, and so this is what they did. To me, that's a kind of cool, valuable card now, knowing that.
Oddities.
Yeah. So he would have been 40 years old in 1995.
Well, let's go ahead and start this fucking shithole of a game. Got Goslin, Hamilton, Frazier at the bottom of the lineup. That's 3 guys sharing 4 hits for the season. So Jose Siri's in here. He's making the jump much earlier than real life. Facing Tim Hudson, this is probably not going to be good. Oh, no.
I was going through a checklist of cars that I bought. I go to a website where you buy like cars for 18 cents a piece. And I was buying Rich Harden, Barry Zito,
Oh yeah.
and
Barry Zito's for
Tim
something.
Hudson, rookie cars for 18 cents a piece. But you remember those guys when they're the A's?
Yeah.
Underrated.
Tim Hudson had a hell of a season or a career.
Yeah.
He's pitching against me right now.
Zito was a hell of a pitcher in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
And Harden was a hell of a pitcher in Oakland.
And Zito had decent 1 or 2 years with the Giants.
Yeah, and didn't Isringhausen have a revival
with
Oakland
the Cardinals? Maybe with Oakland a little bit, but his big thing was a closer with the Cardinals. Alright, Bada got a hit. Let's see what we can do with this. Putting BP third in the lineup. Didn't seem to make much of a difference so far. Jay Bruce batting cleanup. Oh, pop up. That's it. Oh, it dropped in. And Votto was running hard from second. I don't know what just happened, but we got a run. And they counted it as a hit.
So Isringhausen did do well with the A's, but he was a closer.
Uh-huh.
Said he was their top closer for the playoff runs in 2000, 2001.
Nice.
So then he signed with the Cardinals. Remember Rick Ankiel with the Cardinals?
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be major player. Terrible pitcher. They became an outfielder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now that I think about it, like Isringhausen was part of that whole Moneyball thing.
Yeah.
Develop him as a closer.
Yeah.
And then they shipped him out. What did they get for that trade? I wonder.
Oh, he had 300 saves, the Major League Baseball player.
He had yeah. Got Mesoraco up here. See how we can
He's
keep this.
retired. Well, 2012 was 7 years ago, but to me that still seems really recent.
Hudson caught him leading. I don't know how. I've had two dudes get picked off. We're gonna need our bench coach to start,
I thought it was crazy because they don't mention it on here. I was like, didn't Isringhausen play for the Reds? He did.
Towards the very end.
Yeah. He impressed both pitching coach Brian Price, a former Cardinal and current Red general manager. Well, Jocketty knows the Reds prepared a contract.
Recycling
July
Cardinals
2010,
players.
Isringhausen returns to the minor league contract with the Reds. So he never pitched. I just remember, I remember him signing. So.
Goddamn recycled all those Cardinal players.
Yeah, well, that Walt Jocketty experiment did not work out well.
He's still involved with some player decisions. Like,
and you look at there's a picture they have of Jason Isringhausen on Wikipedia. You see his motion. I was like, well, no fucking wonder he was hurt. It looks very awkward, his arm is way back, you get so many shoulder injuries.
he was no Bill Pulsifer.
Oh. Those are our football days.
That whole crew. Who was the other one? Paul Wilson, the Red sign, and Robert Person.
Yeah.
Robert Person did a little bit with the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
All right, Homer Bailey's in trouble here. Hunter Pence. God, I hate this fucking lineup. Double play? Get it out. Come on. No. Who the hell's playing short? Goslin? That was a terrible turn.
Now I realize that saves are a newer stat, but Isringhausen is in
Get that pitch around the panda here.
top 30 in saves all time. It's 300. It's surprising because to me, I just view Isringhausen because he failed as a starter with that. Do you remember on SportsCenter when Oldham was on there and they just built up the Mets starting lineup? So I view Isringhausen as a failure because of that. But then when you look at the top save leaders, Isringhausen he's up there. He's ahead of Bruce Sutter. But to me, Bruce Sutter he's a great player. Isringhausen is a failure because he failed as a Mets starter. But
dude, Homer Bailey just balked in a run. Asshole.
On a video game.
Yeah.
Simulated.
It's fucking terrible. And that's all because Phil Goslin didn't turn a double play.
This is how great Wikipedia is. Jason Isringhausen's stats have been updated March 20th, 2019.
Of course they have been. People are on that shit.
That's great.
Yeah, Isringhausen was in with the Cardinals around that time when I liked, McGuire and them.
Yeah.
Wasn't
I
Giambi?
think we talked about this earlier. I think those guys should be in the Hall of Fame.
Jason Giambi. Get him in the Hall of Fame.
I always, whatever think about Jason Giambi.
Oh,
One
Frazier.
moment is when that night we were drinking High Life at my mom and dad's house. We drank like probably the greatest beer drinking of our night. We had all those beers laid out on the table. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
And you just randomly made a comment about Giambi even heard it. It was like, that's what you eat for bad pussy, Giambi. I'm like, that's just what I think about Giambi forever. He eats bad pussy.
There's probably some truth, some factoid I picked up along the way.
Yeah, probably. But I remember that about Giambi. But maybe it's nostalgia it gets to me because I like those guys. I think without steroids, very, very Bonds was a hell of a baseball player. Like, hell of a baseball player.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Would Babe Ruth take steroids if he had a chance?
I mean, Babe Ruth probably kind of took steroids. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I bet he was popping whatever kind of meth pills and whatever hell Hitler was giving people. Those like amphetamines.
So I don't know if it's just nostalgia or whatever, but I think those guys should be in the Hall of Fame. I think they're great baseball players. McGuire before steroids was still cracking 40, 50 home runs a season.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, Todd Frazier maybe broke out of his slump. He fucking crushed one. Remember Bailey? No, he didn't do that. A little run support for the.
I kind of miss Todd Frazier. He seemed like a guy I liked Cincinnati.
He came out to Frank Sinatra. That was his walk-up music. Homer Bailey, you son of a bitch. You're walking minor league players. Oh, and now you're giving up extra base hits? No, he's not. Not yet. Not yet. Tim Hudson's up. Just pitch to contact. Just pitch to contact. Come on.
I'm going to look up Barry Bonds' stats. Just
Yeah, look up his stolen base numbers, because before he left Pittsburgh, I think he was like regularly in the 30-30 clubs and stuff.
Yeah. 762 home runs, 300 batting average. So in 86, he had 36 home bases, 87, 32.
Jeez.
88, he had 17. Just doing chronology here. Starting 86, 36, 32, 17, 32, 52, 43, 39, 29. Home runs, probably before steroids, 16, 25, 24, 19, 33, 25, 34, 46. Batting average, 223, that's his rookie year. 261, 283, 248, 301, 292, 311, 336, 312, 294, 308. And the steroids probably kicked in like 97, 98. Batting average doesn't change much. Hell, whoa, shit. I don't think I ever paid attention to these numbers. In 2002, he had 370 batting average.
Yeah, that was when they walked
46 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
110 RBIs. This was after the year he hit 73 home runs. He had 328, 177 base on balls.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so you take in the fact that base on balls, even if he's on steroids, you get 73 home runs, 137 RBIs. He only had 13 stolen bases.
I mean, steroids or not, to have a good eye and get walks and hit home run.
Yeah.
I mean, steroids aren't going to help you do that.
What about the dudes in the 50s and 60s that were doing cocaine in the 70s?
Man, I'm doing cocaine right now. No, I'm not really. I don't know where to get it.
Oh, no. I know. I'm just of the mind. Maybe it's nostalgia because those are the guys we grew up with. I just don't think they should be kept out of the Hall of Fame for that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, they talk about taking greenies back then. Like, everybody was just popping greenies, which was basically amphetamine, and
It
that
wasn't illegal at the time.
no, it raises your, your energy, your alertness. But it's like if everybody's doing it, then you're not really gaining an advantage, right?
The other thing about his home run numbers, so he went. So in 2001, he had 73 home runs. So let's say we go back to '98. You take out the 73 home runs, there's nothing really out of the ordinary from that 73 season. You take 73 home runs out, he went 37, 34, 49, 46, 45, 45, with 73 being the median. So the 3 seasons before, the 3 seasons after. And then the season prior, say before steroids, at '93, he hit 46. Years before that, in Pittsburgh, he hit 34. '91 at Pittsburgh, he hit 25. And '90, well before steroids, he hit 33. So you take 73 out of the equation, his home run numbers are not that much different. That was shit. 2004, he's walked 232 times.
I remember watching games where it was like people would either walk him intentionally, or he would hit a home run. It was pretty much one or the other.
And you gotta have some skill to hit a home run. It's just not for strength. My dad did steroids. He could walk his way and hit a home run. Assuming he had major league talent,
Yep. Well, we've simulated.
Like I said, maybe nostalgia, but
we've simulated to the 9th inning, and now it is 7-7. And for some reason, Aroldis Chapman is at bat. Why? Why would you let him hit?
Did he ever bat?
Why would you put him in the 8th, and then he gave up runs? That's not. None of this is good.
So I'm gonna look at Mark McGwire's. Okay, so here's Mark McGwire's top 5 home run years are 49, 52, 70, and 65. Half of those 4 years happened probably well before his steroid days because it happened in Oakland. 49 happened in '87. His rookie year, he had 49 home runs as a rookie. Skinny as hell. He probably wasn't doing steroids. That shows his baseball talent.
Yep.
Maybe just the ball was used in '98, '99, 2000, 2001, 2002.
I think there's definitely something to that. I mean, they clearly were enamored with the home run, like the Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa chase. There was definitely something.
He had 52 home runs in '96 and played 130 games. He had 49 as a rookie in '87. He was skinny.
Looks like they finally started rotating players in this game, though.
He had 29 home runs in 2001, his last year, and only played 97 games. The year before, he hit 32 home runs and only played 89 games and batted .305. That's pretty goddamn good. 583 home runs. Everybody has 263, 60 years. I think it's non-consequential to talk about this stuff, but I think those guys are Hall of Famers. I think it's an adjustment putting Harold Baines in the Hall of Fame. Not put, say, Mark McGwire in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Harold Baines, fuck.
You take Mark McGwire's Oakland record from '86 to '92. He had no less than 30 home runs.
Yeah, those Mark McGwires weren't my retirement like I thought they would be. Oh, Tucker Barnhart, you have stricken
Wake up.
stricken out.
Alright. I'm Graham will finish my beer and I gotta get off here.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade too. This
Yeah.
I keep wanting to get this goddamn contract extension stuff done so I can try to sign a free agent, and they just, I don't know. I don't understand why they free agent signing period is just endless. They just won't ever do it.
You're doing the work of a GM for free. Now I'm gonna look at Greg Vaughn's stats.
Back of Milwaukee.
I think those would be.
Damn, Sergio Romo. He has the Reds number. Jake Elmore. No, take a seat. Still tied, 7-7. Bottom of the ninth. We gotta get him out of here. Motherfucker. They're gonna make Mesoraco pitch.
Even Greg Vaughn's stats are not that blood in the steroid era. Say in pre-steroid era, he went 27, 23, 30, 41 for home runs. In the steroid eras, he went 50, 45, and 28. So.
And Mesoraco, throw the ball. What the fuck? Mesoraco has to pitch because he pinch hit. He fields the ball.
Yeah, that is a problem with that game.
Induces a ground hit, and he would not throw the ball. And now there's a 70 speed. I've never seen anybody on here with an 80 in stealing ability. Fuck my face. Damn.
Billy Hamilton, not even an 80?
No, maybe. Nope. Let's look. Who is this guy that's hurting me so bad? Something Sirocco. Where is Billy Hamilton? Injured. Oh, no, that's Roger Bernardino. Yeah, Billy's an 80 speed, 80 stealing, 80 base running. He's a 75 in bunt for hit, but he's never gotten a hit when I try to. So I guess Fredo, come on in.
I guess that's probably the one thing Morty's complained about is Luis Castillo trying to bunt.
Yeah.
He's not a fan.
It's not good. You gotta hold this runner to Fredo. Double play. Do it. Nice. I don't know how they were able to get Sirocco at second. Buster Posey, the greatest player in the game. He's got one home run already today. Let's pitch around him. What the fuck is this music coming from? This game just all of a sudden starts playing The Stroke. Have you ever encountered that?
What's that?
Just randomly, at a very high level, The Stroke starts playing in my headphones.
Oh, no. I don't remember having any sound on that game, so.
Adam Duvall, our old friend, he's at the plate. We've got 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. We have somehow allowed Buster Posey to get on base.
Still in spring training?
Oh, yeah. We're in February. I'm going day by day trying to get these free agents signed. We got Winker being up here to bat now. Going against Jose de Paula. Nice Brazilian sounding. Winker draws a walk. Alright, this is our inning. Thomas Neal. I don't know you, and I don't like you. Oh. Oh. Seeing eye single. We got runners on first and second. And Alfredo Simon's up, you son of a bitch. Bunt it. Bunt. 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 Oh. Oh, that's a good bunt. Nicely done. Big pasta. Big pasta. We might need to sign him to an extension. He's the one player that is not under contract for next year that probably needs to be. But he's going to jack up his asking price. Safety squeeze here. What do you think? Squeeze bunt?
Go for it.
We got Ronald Bueno up.
I think my overriding feeling for tonight is that this is baseball related, but I think the steroid era is a fabrication of old baseball writers that don't want to let newer players of a generation they don't like into the Hall of Fame.
I'm okay if they keep Roger Clemens out, though.
I don't know if I agree with that either.
I don't like the Rocket.
Why don't you like him?
Who's that? I don't know. I don't like him because he's from Texas. Or that he played for Boston and the Yankees. What's the difference between a safety squeeze? Is that where you try to get a hit and bunt? Like you try to bunt for a hit?
I think so.
Do you think Ronald Bueno can do this? Come
I
on.
think any baseball player should be a bunt.
Come on, Ron Good. Ron
But they
Good.
play for the Reds.
Let's see what it. Sacrifice bunts at 55.
Here, let me ask you, if this annoys you, the people that like live in Ohio that claim to be Reds fans, because I was talking to Bowman, and I just say something that's just like, well, that's just what the Reds do. That's how the Reds do things. I'm not surprised. And in my mind, I'm like, no, dude, it goes way deeper than that. You just study the stats. Does it? When you encounter somebody in the streets that say they're a Reds fan, but they don't have no clue who the players on the team, does that annoy you?
No.
Or am I just off base and being like too hardcore?
Well, that people try to draw conclusions when they're just casual fans, or they don't really.
Okay. Basically, they say they're a Reds fan, but they have no clue who's on the roster and they don't watch the games. Are they a Reds fan?
I mean, I deal with that a lot at work.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, I'm a big Reds fan. Like, oh, who's your favorite? Votto. I'm like, anybody else? That one pitcher.
Because when I told, okay, so here was the tip of my conversation. I don't know why this is bringing this. I don't know why I'm bringing this up, but because maybe I'm drinking more beer and it annoys me. And I said, you know what annoys me the most about the Reds broadcast? He's like, what's that? I was like, when they talk about Lorenzo playing the left field.
Yeah.
He's like, or center field, sorry. He's like, yeah, that really bothers me too. I'm like, what do you think about his pitching? He's like, didn't you say he's playing center field? I'm like, do you know who I'm talking about? He's like, yeah, Lorenzen.
It's a beefcake.
He plays center field. I'm like, and then he goes, that's what Red fans do. You know, they just discount every player. You don't think you play center field, you should play pitcher. I'm like, what? Like, maybe that comes from being a hardcore Indiana fan. You know everybody, because everybody associates with Indiana basketball that I talk to, knows every aspect, and it just annoys me when people don't know those small things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really consider myself a Buckeye fan, but like
No, I'm
football
not talking
season.
Buckeyes. I'm just talking like, said like,
Well,
okay, both you and I are diehard Reds fans.
yeah.
Okay, and when you encounter a fan, they can be a fan. That's cool. That's great. But when they claim like they're a fan,
Okay.
and you
Yeah,
talk
that's
about the team,
different.
they're like,
That's different.
what are you? They don't say it this way, but in a roundabout way, they're like, what are you talking about? If you say like, well, I think Peraza should be batting second rather than sixth. They're like, what are you talking about? Are we too hardcore? Are those people
I'm just used
not
to it,
cool?
probably. Like,
Huh?
I said, I guess I'm just used to that. I deal with it too often, and I was using Buckeyes as an example. I don't really call myself a Buckeye fan, but,
Hmm.
I'll wear a Buckeye sweatshirt. I went to school there, and then people come up to me and like, how you feel about Arnett getting in trouble or playing safety instead of cornerback? I'm like, dude, I don't fucking care. If they beat Michigan just so I can tell Jenny's dad to shut the fuck up, then I'll be a fan for another year.
Yeah.
But
I guess maybe my approach is that the two things that I follow and that I'm diehard about, I'm fucking diehard about. And
well, if
then when
somebody
there's the
says they're
fan stuff,
diehard, yeah, if they say their side,
yeah.
I do expect that they can talk intelligently about recent decisions and trends that the players are going up or down.
And I'm probably too hard on people about that. I should probably get better about that. Like, rather than when they say they're fan, the first thing I would do is quiz them, talk about it, and I probably should do that. You know,
Hmm. It's like
because
my
it is.
it's like my hatred for Animal Collective because they're political things. Sometimes
Yeah.
we read into it, let it get under our skins. But this game here,
Yeah.
we were not able to sack bunt because they put Ronald Bueno, as I like to call him, Ron Good. Ron Good is on first. The bases are juiced. Brian.
I would call him Taco Bueno because
Mmm.
our taco establishment here is called Taco
Oh
Bueno.
yeah. But now we got Brian Beef O'Grady at the plate. And he's not a good hitter. I might substitute him. Is what is this? Top of the 10th, one out, bases loaded. Who can play? We can center field. That's not good. I can put Heisey in center. Put
When I
Heisey
started
in
that,
center.
I immediately I did 2019 season, and I put Nick Senzel in center field.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work out good at all.
This isn't probably gonna work out too good. I have to pinch hit for. Well, Grady's got super potential. They say he can be 3 stars,
Yeah,
but
that's good. Like from what I remember that game, that's good.
you can't make
I
contact.
played for like 2 hours. I mean, I pretty much simulated a season.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put Brian Pena in here. I don't know. Brian Pena is gonna end up playing outfield.
I thought about going on eBay. This is kind of random, but you're talking about this game playing it, and I want to play it, but I know it's not for me. I thought about going on eBay for $5, $10, buy the show 18 for $10. You think it's a good deal? Like get a feel for it?
Yeah. Or do like I did. So like I have 2017 upstairs. If I was gonna buy 2019, I would go buy 2018 at GameStop, play it for that 5-day return period,
Yeah.
and then be like, oh, I'm so dumb. I bought this game from my nephew, and he wants 2019.
Yeah, I could do that as well.
And
I
then,
just thought because $20 on the PSN store that I could get on eBay for like $10.
well, I mean, there's a
MLB.
good deal, no doubt.
Oh, let's see what it is. MLB showcase.
All right,
$14.50 is free shipping or best off.
left field. this guy to left field. Thomas Neal, left field. Beef
I'm gonna offer
O'Grady.
this guy $10 for this game.
He'll take it.
Takes it.
I guarantee he'll take it. How could he not?
I'll offer him $8 for it. Like, it'll give me a few. I don't want to pay $60 for it. Now, I can buy it at Best Buy, as you could. Like I told you, go to Best Buy and use my phone number. You get it for $48.
Nice.
I don't want to spend $48 for a game that I think. Now, I'll put 20 hours into it for a week or two. But if I'm going to pay full price for a game, I want to play it for like 6 months. So, if I can get 18 for $8 and play it, see if I like it. And if I like it, and I'm just like, oh, I know I like it. Because I'll play NBA 2K and I love it. And I'll play it for like 3 weeks. And I'll play like 50 hours. Which 50 hours for a video game is great. But if I pay full price for that, I don't want to do that. Like, I bought Destiny for $10. I play it for 100 hours.
I just play my old NBA 2K.
On video games, because I know on PC I can go buy a video game for $2 and play it for 100 hours.
Well, NBA 2K, you can download I can go upstairs on my NBA 2K 2017 and download the 2019 roster.
I played 2017 because I got it for free. And I played it a bunch and I liked it, but I just fell off of it.
I doubled him. Fuck.
I think I like baseball better.
Brian Pena almost hit into a double play with the bases juiced. Now we've got 2 outs. Cozart's up. Last chance here before. Oh, Cozy. He did it. Okay, so it's asking me. I've never seen this before. It stopped me in the middle of the action. Question. Do you want to signal Taco Bueno to round third base and try to score? The ball is very shallow. Bueno is a fast runner. Mac Williamson has a cannon for an arm. We already scored 1, so we're up by 1. If he gets out, we might still win. What do you say? Bench coach RTFeasel, you're in the dugout.
Do it.
Send them.
I'd be aggressive aspect.
What just happened? Oh! He overthrew the catcher. And he comfortably takes home plate. He forced the hand there. Now we're up by 2. I think it's all good now. Tucker Barnhart has a chance to drive 2 more in. Ducks on the pond.
I like Tucker Barnhart a lot.
He's got to be one of the best defensive catchers.
He's a Gold Glove, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been getting better offensively, but not on this game. All right.
Fine. If it happens in real life in other games, that's okay.
I'll allow it, I guess. It's fair trade. Do I leave Alfredo in, or do I bring in Jumbo to try to get the save?
Take Alfredo out.
Looking at Taco Bueno with his 500 batting average. Jumbo Diaz has been warming up so long he's tiring.
How stupid are people? 32 people have bought MLB The Show 18 for $30.
It's probably all my
Recently.
mom. It's my mom bought them for my birthday.
Yeah.
Do you remember the year I lost my fucking mind because she got me an old wrestling game for Christmas? I'm like, I told you 96. Why'd you give me 95? It's simple. Simple. When you're trying to be cheap and save some money, well, here's what I think of that. I remember throwing it in the trash, and my mom took all of my Christmas gifts back that year. Pretty big piece of shit, but it's like, come on, seriously. I can see you getting confused now, like, because the out of the park baseball is actually 2020.
Yeah.
That could be confusing. I bought through the 2019. It's the 2019 season. Okay.
Which one are you playing right now? 2019 or 2018?
2019.
Okay.
But the 2020 one's out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. It came out the 9th. Remember we were talking about it last? And it's on the premium subscription, so I'm not trying to. I'm not gonna go there. I don't see what the big difference is.
You're at least getting a feel for it.
If I was playing this current season, it would make a difference, but because I'm going back in time, it's completely like no difference.
You're just kind of getting a trial.
Jumbo Diaz, what the fuck? That was a pop. Every hit is like a home run to me. It feels like when you're at the ballpark, you hear that crack and you're like, oh, it's gone. Pop up to the shortstop.
I listened to Marty lately. I don't know if something's a routine fly ball or if it's in the gap. He makes it very hard to tell.
Right, Jumbo. He walked him. Alright, here we got 2 outs. We're up by 2. Who is up? Miles Schroeder. I'm going to pitch to contact, get this game over. There it is. We did it. That's, I think our 4th win of the spring.
Nice.
February 22nd has come to a close. Let's see who's doing more. I'm moving right along, Tyler. Come on. Once I get the roster set and I'm not having to keep poking my nose back in to see if A-Rod signed or what, I probably will pick up the pace a little bit. But Todd Frazier.
RBI baseball was feeling good.
I've seen like commercials of stuff and it doesn't look as realistic as the show, but like the home run derby and stuff I've heard is pretty enjoyable. Just kind of like arcade mode more than simulation. I have enough
Google Play credits to buy it for free, so.
Free's a good price for anything. Let's see what the boys did here. Votto went 1 for 3. Everybody else did not do well. Jay Bruce finally had a hit. Meseraco's 2 for 4. He scored twice. Todd Frazier finally.
Franchise mode.
The Todd father. 2 for 2. 3 RBIs. He's got 3 home runs this spring. Ronald Taco Bueno. 1 for 1. Scored the insurance run there. He reached on a base on balls too. Billy Hamilton went 2 for 3. People are coming around now. Phil Goslin has not come around. Get the fuck out of here. Cozart, he's the one that hit the RBI to win the game. He finally snapped out of it. Bernardina, who got hurt, had a 3 RBI pinch hit in the 6th. Oh shit, how's it done? My knee.
I'm sure about RBI baseball for free $99.
Is it computer or console?
On my phone.
Nice. That's not bad.
Yeah, do you do the Google rewards on your phone? Oh yeah, you do Google rewards and you get free credit. Just take surveys.
Do
so
that.
Like $8 against $6.99, so I just bought it for free. And then on your phone, type in Google rewards. And
I'll start doing that.
Take surveys and you get free credit.
Can't beat that. Billy Hamilton stole 2 bases too. All right. This team's starting to come alive. Homer Bailey got fucking rocked. 3 earned runs, 3 walks in 4 innings. E. Gonzalez, not good. Tim Adelman, not good. Chapman, blown save. Mesoraco gave up 1 hit. That ground ball that he just decided to try to go pitcher's hand with. And then Big Pasta gets the save.
I remember I listened to Red games to what part of Mesoraco hit a grand slam.
I think Jumbo Diaz is going to end up on the big league squad in the bullpen. Todd Frazier, player of the game. Special note, Roger Bernardina was injured while running the bases. Well, it's better than getting injured while chewing bubblegum. Where does this put us now? Where do we stand? What do I do? Standings. We are 3-4. That's not bad. Dodgers are killing it. Pittsburgh Pirates versus both of those 7-1. And we play the Atlanta next. Mike Minor. That should be a good game to get the bats going. Let's finish this day. This will probably be the last day.
I always thought Joey Votto's career wins above replacement rating was really high at 59 games. And then I saw Greg Vaughn. I was like, that has to be a mistake. No. Okay. That's not what I thought it was. I was looking at Barry Bonds. Joey Votto's was 59. Barry Bonds is 163.
Wow.
Shit.
Pretty impressive. Roger Bernardina, injury diagnosis. You've just been informed. Who's this trainer? I didn't hire him. Eric Gibson. Roger Bernardina has been diagnosed with a knee sprain.
Alonzo Ball, did you see that? Where Alonzo Ball went and tried to have unauthorized surgery in Ohio, and the Lakers found out, and they denied it, and then they fired their trainer.
Wow. All sorts of shit going on with the Lakers, man. You guys are in trouble. Well, still no answer.
LeBron touches is toxic, man.
Yep.
I failed to realize until now. He played for the Cavs. I'm like, it's fine. It's Cavs. Local team. It's fine. Everything's fine. No problems.
He's no Taco Bueno.
Nope.
Oh my god. What am I supposed to do with this message? Respond to this message? Place on the 15-day DL when he is day-to-day for 3 days. The DL is just a luxury to be able to call somebody up, which we don't really need in spring training.
Man, my phone's at 5%. I really want to try this RBO baseball.
Oh my god. What is happening? Is this Jeff Francis trade going to go through or not? They've got 14 days. I guess that's the thing. I'm moving so fucking slow. I'm like, when are they going to answer me? They've got 14 days, and I've only played 8 spring training games. So they've got 6 more days. Actually, the Padres trade, that was just 2 games ago when I recalibrated or submitted the trade offer. Oh, Jesus. I just want A-Rod on this team. I was so convinced in real life when 2014 came around that that was the move. Like, let Todd Frazier or A-Rod, whoever, play left field, and then it would be like a sure sign of commitment to winning. But that's how it is in this game. Is like one of my challenges is to sign. It says something about, where is it at? I'm supposed to sign a nationally popular player.
Wow, that's a diversion. An opening up RBA base on 19. The first thing they do is to say there's a roster update for April 13th, 2019. Do you want to download it? So update your rosters.
Yeah. So RTFeasel has some relationship issues, it says.
Do a 10-season franchise. Yeah, I'm sure you have a ton of
Drew Sisko, Tim Adelman, Edgar Gonzalez, Josh Smith, Joe Hudson, Jose Sire, Phil Irvin. Don't like you.
You can do a red season. Injuries off. Really? On. Minor only. Trades. Loose.
We don't have a team captain.
Scott Scheffler is the face of RBI 19 Chris.
Wow.
How does that make you feel?
So good.
I'll send you a screenshot of
Our team's chemistry is content. Is there anybody in a bad mood? I know Brandon Phillips was pissed because I shopped him around. I was trying to trade him. Selfish players. Phil Goslin. Let's go ahead and get him off of this lineup. Rosters, transactions.
So you finish this beer and go to bed. Damn, it's almost 3 o'clock.
Oh shit, I gotta take a piss. This dude is not paid. This guy has not played all spring training. Where's this guy? Edgar Gonzalez. You're 31 years old. You fucking suck. Out of here. Never come back. Okay, you're off the spring training team. Who should we bring up? Jackson Stevens? Only 19. Probably better bring up Corky Miller. Jackson Stevens. Who's the other guy that was pissing me off? Phil Goslin. So dick. He has the right to refuse a minor's assignment. I'll let him hang around, I guess. Oh, I gotta pee. Probably gotta pee my pants. Oh.
You gotta take care of yourself before I take care of the Reds.
That's right. I'll be right back. I might have to pee in the sink. I might not make it. Oh, there's too many dirty dishes. Taco Bueno. Probably the biggest surprise of the night. I've never heard of this dude. 21 years old. He's not bad. He's got decent speed. He's just not a power hitter, that's for sure. Frazier started to come to life. Seen some good power numbers from him tonight. Gozart started to swing the bat. Everybody else, though, that sucks.
2014 year, Dusty got fired, or Dusty's last year?
2014 was Brian Price's first season.
First year.
So it was the year that they started to sell off.
Yeah.
They made no good roster moves, and it just continued to cycle of misery that we're in now. I guess I should just start like simming the games to try to get some kind of resolution with these contract offers and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like a whole bunch of nothing. I guess I could simulate one more. Just shut her down. Pending offers. Still hanging out here. A-Rod still favors our offer.
Yeah, that's good. You get a good year out of A-Rod.
Well, yeah, if you look at... What's that?
I said you get a year out of A-Rod, out of PR, you got a year of A-Rod. But, you know, 2013, 2019, A-Rod's kind of positive. He's kind of good on ESPN, but back then it was kind of over on him. So,
you know, 2014 he sat out of baseball, and then he came back the next year and hit 33 home runs.
Yeah.
He struck out 145 times, which is a career high, but he played 151 games at 40 years old. 620 at bats. That was the most at bats he had since 2007.
Yeah. Hell of a baseball player.
I think, you know, if we can sign him, his popularity is extremely popular. He lets Frazier possibly move to left field, so our outfield weakness is shored up. And he's reasonably priced. He only wants $4 million. I don't even think that's what I offered him.
Yeah, 2015 A-Rod out of that, yeah.
Yeah. He actually contract. You see his extension. I offered him 1 year of $4.2 million total, but that is largely bonuses. Like if he wins the MVP at 40 years old, I'll give him $1.5 million. If he's an all-star, I think I said I'd pay him $100,000. And so there's a good chance that those things will happen. But he also doesn't give a shit about playing spring training baseball. There's some interesting names on this list still. Matt Harvey, Chris Robertson, Luis Torrero. That's who I'm probably, if A-Rod doesn't sign, or even if A-Rod does, I need $400,000 more to meet his demand. but I'll probably throw him a contract offer for 2.2.
Yeah.
And then Torero, I don't know what his deal was in real life, but in the Dominican Republic Developmental League, he was hitting 38 home runs, 27 home runs, stealing 30 bases. His OPS is 1.25. Fucking world beater. He can't play defense worth a shit. That could be a problem. He's got an arm though. His arm's a 70. He's not greedy. Real life.
In real life terms, I really want to find out Cycle, but they're looking pretty goddamn smart and not doing so. And to start pitching all of that.
Yeah. Someone will sign him first time injury.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. First person that has an injury.
Just because of that Tulsa boy. Every time I drive by the Central Park here in Tulsa, I think I've seen, but it's not him. He doesn't live too far from me. The high school he went to was about a mile and a half from my house. Yeah. His parents live like pretty close to my neighborhood. I don't think he lives there anymore, but I was like, that looks like him. He's from here. That has to be him. But the way he has deteriorated as a starter pitcher from his Cy Young year to what he's done to the 2 years after, the way the Reds pitching starting rotation is going, they saved a bunch of money and declining signing him.
The one issue with signing Luis Torero is he hasn't played since 2007 in the majors leagues.
That's kind of good. That's kind of a big gap.
Yeah. His 162 game average is 9 home runs, 35 RBIs, 107 strikeouts, a 234 average, a 354 slugging. That's terrible. His OPS is .673. Go away. I'm not going to sign him. I'm glad I looked at those numbers a little closer. So that doesn't leave a whole lot for the outfield free agent class. Who's this dude though? He's 17 years old. There's some young free agents here maybe I need to look at. Nabil Crismat from Colombia. He dominated in international play. His curveball.
I think he's from Columbia University. Well, these days that doesn't mean much.
He's from
Barranquilla. I'm saying, well, these days, as most average people thought, these days education doesn't mean much about much money. Me and Becky has proved that past few weeks.
He says he doesn't just listen, he takes notes. But he's a fly ball pitcher in Great American Ballpark with a velocity that tops out at 91.
Yeah.
He's primarily a curveball pitcher.
Yeah.
Like that sounds like hanging breaking balls going in the fucking Ohio River. He's 19.
Did you hear the stat that Dietrich is the first player to ever hit 2 balls on the Allegheny River in the same game?
I didn't know that. A Patrick Corbin sighting though. This is probably getting Cueto extended is probably going to be the thing that haunts me. And getting Patrick Corbin signed for 1 year is going to be the thing that I probably should have tried to give him a longer contract. Pat Connaughton. Is this the same dude that plays basketball? Huh?
I was joking. You said send me to play basketball. I said, Mayor Garrett?
No, Pat Connaughton was the guy that used to be on the Trailblazers.
Yeah, Notre Dame. Yes, played for Notre Dame.
6'5".
He played for Notre Dame. He started a major league contract.
Shit. He's got fragile injury history though. Who's this other dude?
I still remember the day that
Reefer?
when I was dating that girl from Bell Fountain, Southern Christian. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Her good friends, her neighbor, one of their good friends was Jeff Samardzija. And I remember saying to him, Notre Dame, you're a fucking idiot. Why are you doing that? And I've set every record in Notre Dame possible. Now pitching in the major leagues. I have his phone number. It's still the same. I should text him.
Yeah.
You remember me?
Text him and say,
that was
hey,
yelling at you.
send me some tickets.
Yeah, I should do that.
JoJo
When he
Rose.
broke the Notre Dame, all the records, he's like, am I still an idiot? And I said, yep. Well, nothing ever been said since then.
Some of these dudes just want minor league contracts. I could at least sign them. This dude's 6'3", 235, lefty. It's not very good. Oh, my fucking knee is hurting so bad, dude. Brock Burke. These guys all have fragile injury histories.
Let's be something a bit.
Yeah, I probably better shut the stream down. There ain't anybody watching me. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap that up.